Well, actually...
Slow. Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just so by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average, the cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from Trey. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up, 10 toes stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills can't see us. Say the money still me up, stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Shout out to all you men and ladies, if you're out there that are watching Andre and Andres Love Crossing Borders. We got a great topic for tonight. A lot of you guys have been sending me emails and text messages through WhatsApp, and I appreciate those messages that are coming from you guys in regards to tonight's topic. And it's talking about the senator who was Colombian born, moved to Colombia at the age of 18 years old and got his citizenship and was able to, of course, become a senator out of the state of Ohio. And he was able to run for Senate, win. But here's the problem. Now that he and his family is in the United States and he's renounced his Colombian citizenship, he believes that everybody should do as he did and renounce their citizenship. He believes, hey, forget about my family back home that may want to have a future and use dual citizenship. Forget about your families, American citizens. Forget about all the 40 million Americans that have dual citizenship. He believes because he was the one that made it through and he renounced his citizenship to become a senator. He believes that everybody else in America, if you pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, then you should renounce your citizenship as well. We're going to talk about that particular topic tonight here on Andre and Andres Love Crossing Borders. We're going to talk about, can this be done? Are American citizens willing to do this? Is it backlash coming out? Are there citizens that say that they don't want to do it? And at the end of the day, how does this impact the Passport Bro movement? We're going to talk about those things tonight here on Andre and Andres Love Crossing Borders. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to all of you who are here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get some intro music going now. Shout out to everybody here on Andres Love Crossing Borders once again. And let's get some shout outs here. This is a great Friday night. Shout out to you guys. TGIF, man. TGIF. Yeah, you guys have been hitting me up on Facebook, Instagram. I mean, really on Instagram too, as well as in the WhatsApp groups. I've been getting messages over and over and over. And guys have been like, hey, Dre, what about the dual citizenship? Because some of you guys are married to women that have dual citizenships or will have dual citizenship. Some of you guys will are in relationships with women that already have a dual citizenship, or you personally have dual citizenship, such as our brother Kings and Dreams. He has a Jamaican citizenship as well as his U.S. citizenship. How is this going to impact us passport bros that already have dual citizenship? So we're going to talk about this tonight. Shout out to you guys. First, shout out to our brother Will. Not only salute to you, brother. Salute to you, my fellow brother that moved to Colombia. He says salute to Andre and Andre in the chat. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you also, Will. And thank you, Will, for giving the donation by the way of PayPal. The $10 is going toward the Children's Cancer Foundation. We're going to talk about that a little later. Any donations that come by way of Cash App or PayPal will go to our December. We've been doing it for 4 years. Go towards the December Children's Cancer Foundation here in Cali, Colombia. We're going to be doing throughout the whole month of December. All Cash Apps, all PayPals go in that direction. Appreciate the donations, gentlemen. Let me go over here to my brother Will once again. He said, please smash that like button. He said, BMM. He said, that's right. He said, this is going to be a great show on a controversial topic. Yes, it is. You guys really want to be around for this one. The way I break it down, you guys are going to hear some laws that you didn't even know about that existed. You're going to hear about the arguments that have taken place over the last few years regarding dual citizenship. So we're going to talk about that. This is a big deal. So you want to hang around for this one. We got 36 people in the building. Click that like button. We like you. Make sure that you like us too. Shout out to you guys. Shout out also to my man Bean. He said, hello, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great tonight. Cannot complain. Andre is in church right now. He's having church service. So when I can't make it on a Friday night, Andre goes to church for the family. Shout out to you guys and shout out to Andrea. Once again, shout out to our brother Kenny people. Buenas noches. Good evening to you as well, amigo. Glad you guys are here. He said, I can't wait for Rumble tomorrow. Tomorrow's movies over on Rumble. I'm going to drop the link. Our movies for tomorrow. If you guys aren't doing anything on a Saturday night, we're always watching double features on Rumble. So I'm going to drop the Rumble link tonight so you guys can join us on Rumble. Tomorrow's movies, double feature, is going to be Dr. Detroit, the classic from the 80s, as well as Beverly Hills Cop 2. So we're going to watch Beverly Hills Cop 2 and Dr. Detroit. So we're going to watch Dr. Detroit. He said it's snowing over. He said it's snowing over here and it's freezing. He said slick roll with ice, man. Yeah, man, those roads are getting bad. Salute to you, brother, as well. Salute to you as well. And let me scroll down and see who I haven't seen, such as my brother 3Man313.
You gotta back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with that, man. That's a Detroit man. You know how they get from the United States of Detroit. You know how them dudes are in the United States of Detroit. That's my man Don, aka Don JP, in the building. Yes, sir. Salute to you as well, sir. Salute to you as well. And my brother David Dice of the Dice family is in the building. He said, no, Andre literally is the hardest working man. He said, Andre is literally the hardest working guy. Did a 6-hour live stream. Yeah, it was 6 hours last night. We had fun, man. We had a good time. Went, got some rest, got up, got a little homework done, and came right on back in here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sat right back down. Let me scroll down a little bit further. I got my brother in the building. I am collecting data, a third shift on the road truck. Shout out to you third shifters out there, man. I got your back. Late night second shifters, I'm rolling with you tonight as well. So this is a live stream that you can basically just listen in on. You don't have to be a part of, but you can just listen in on while you're on the road. Shout out to all you truck drivers, all you guys that are working at the train stations or train engineers, all you guys that work on the docks when the boats come in and you're unloading all these items for us in the United States. Shout out to all you guys out there, man, that just putting in the work, male and female. Shout out to you guys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to my man Ruthless Raves in the building. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You say taking them flights. Yes, sir. Gotta keep taking those flights. And Show Enough is here. Yo, what's good? What's good, my family? Once again, what's good is tomorrow night, Rumble night, guys. We're gonna be over on Rumble. We do this every Saturday night. We just get together, get some popcorn or whatever your favorite meal is, your favorite drink, and we just sit up here and just have fun. About 40, 50 of us have fun just sitting back, about 20, 30 of us sit back and have fun watching movies from the 60s, the 70s black exploitation movies, good movies from the 80s and the 90s, kung fu movies, but we always watch a double feature. So we usually do it just like back in the day. You get 2 movies for the price of 1. So yeah, if you're not doing anything on a Saturday night, you always know where we are. Shout out to you guys. And shout out to my brother, Jay Anderson, the great. Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here, brother. Jay Anderson says salute. Yes, sir. He say to the grown man chat, he say Andre and Andre love crossing borders. He say, man, that intro. Yes, sir, man. That's been our intro for the longest, man. I figured if we're going to do an intro, we better do it right. We better do it right. And shout out to my man, Black Lex in the building. Glad to see that you're here. He said, I'm earning my stacking up for a better day. Yes, sir. That's how you do it. Stacking it up, brother. Stack it up while you're on the road, getting that money right. And my brother Thelonious is in the building. Glad to see you here. He said, I appreciate that. He said this for. He said this was a $5 love for the Smooth Criminal hat yesterday. Yes, sir, man. I got a lot of hats, so definitely appreciate that. Appreciate also my man Ink being in the building. Salute to you as well, my brother. Glad to see that you're here. And I had to make sure I reached out to my brother Tevin King. Avengers Assemble. You see, I made sure I reached out to you, Tevin. I made sure that you got your link, brother. Shout out to you, brother. He said greetings to everyone, including my brother Hombre Lobo himself. Glad to see that you're here. Good evening, Andre and chat. Chat lives matter on this channel. Yes, it does.
It feels so lovely to be here.
So
What a beautiful. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely. And while you're in the clapping mood, I'd like to give a big round of applause to my band, Sexual Chocolate.
Give yourself applause.
Sexual Chocolate. They play so fine, don't you agree?
Yes, sir. Smash that like button. Like the stream as well as share. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little further. We got a 49 in the building. I'm glad you guys are showing up because this really is an important topic for tonight. And David says that he said that's a sucker move. The governor wants to move. The governor wants to make it difficult for everyone since he want to be a Judas. True. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. It's crazy how his family was able to come over to the United States, and just because he denounced his dual citizenship, meaning the senator, it's kind of funny that now he wants. It's the same thing Marco Rubio tried to do. Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, tried to do the exact same thing. He's an immigrant from Cuba, and then he was one of the main ones that was like, kick all the Cubans out. Like, what? The one thing that I learned about the Latin community, man, Latin community love white people more than white people. Latin and Asian people, y'all love y'all some white people. I know black people, we kind of tolerate. We love us some white people as individuals. But as a whole group, black people do not try to imitate emulate, pretend like we want to be like. We don't walk around trying to move like. Most black people love being black. But you Latin people, it don't matter where y'all come from in the world, as soon as y'all step foot on the United States, y'all swear y'all white. Y'all will cut your hair like it's white. You used to cut it like the Latin brothers in Colombia, or cut it like the Latin brothers and sisters in Brazil. But soon as you get to the United States, all of a sudden, Latin women cutting their hair like the white woman. They sitting back dyeing their hair like the white woman. Latin dudes want to get their hair with a part like the white man. Y'all try y'all best to be white, but here's the part. You ever notice that white people never accept y'all? No matter how white y'all try to, white passing y'all can get, y'all never get accepted, do y'all? Marco, y'all on, you know who turns on you? Is it white people? Nope. Who turns on you, Latin community? Who is it that turns on you every time you go to America? Your own people. It ain't black people. Asian people, y'all the same way. Y'all will kiss the white man's tail all the live long day. Thank you, white man, for letting me come to the United States of America. You really think that they're going to accept you as long as you kiss their butt, Asian people? How does that work out for you? So you had to go to college just like anybody else. You had to go get a job just like anybody else. You had to go buy a car and a house just like, so you ain't get no special privileges because you as an Asian person kissed the butt of white people. Okay. I was just wondering if it was just me seeing this, because it has been years that we've sat back and watched the Asian and Latin community kiss the ass of white people. And you know what black people say? We done with it. That's why we didn't get involved in y'all marches. We didn't get involved in y'all riots. Oh, they taking our people and sending them back. Y'all come back now, you hear? We were sitting on black people knew when to stay on the porch. And that's exactly what we did. Kept our butt on the front porch. Watched all y'all get in prison, like y'all did to us in the 80s and 90s, and talk about, oh, look at the drug war against the black community. Just like y'all looked at us in the 80s and 90s and y'all didn't fight for us, black folks sitting back in a hammock. We sitting back in a hammock watching y'all get incarcerated and watch your own people turn on you. Your own people, Latin people. This senator out of Ohio is a born and bred arepa eating Colombian. All the recipes in his mama's house are Colombian recipes. And because he renounced his citizenship, he says, for the rest of y'all need to do like I did. Because I want to be like the white man. And he believes that all people should be like the white man. It ain't got nothing to do with America. Latin people believe that the closer you get to white, the closer you get to being American. Not realize America was built off of a melting pot, majority black folks. That's what hurt Latin people. Once they come over here and find out the impact that black people has had in America, and America would not be what it is if it wasn't for black people, then they start to wake up. But by the time they wake up, it's a little too late. It's a little too late. So Latin people, y'all keep on trying to be white, man. It ain't gonna work out for you. It is yet to work out for y'all. They stole y'all Texas, took your Texas from you, took it, and y'all ain't never got it back. Y'all think white is right. Shout out to my brother Will once again. Will says this. He said, gentlemen, financial cheat for the night. Don't just stack and invest while you're in the States. When you move to a country of your choice, also stack and invest. You can buy that property and vehicle overseas. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. He's 100% correct. Because of what happened, I give a perfect example. Will bought his piece of property. We're looking to buy, and shout out to Will with the $20 love as well. We are looking to purchase our piece of property, but we, of course, as many of you know, we already purchased and don't owe anything on our vehicle. And if you look up the cost of our vehicle right now, we've had it for 5 years. We don't even have 50,000 miles on our vehicle yet. We've had it for 5 years. We do the maintenance on point. Andrea's brother is one of the top mechanics for Chevy. We own a Chevy. If he hears just a slight change in the newness of our car, if we're riding, he hears something, he like, I'm going to replace that tomorrow. So our car is basically, other than maybe a few dents here and there on the paint, you know, when you're driving, a rock hits there over 5 years. It's a brand new vehicle, and our car is still going for about $37,000. We paid $45,000 for it during the pandemic. I mean, it was worth $45,000. We paid $33,000 for it. It's worth $37,000 because of how well we've taken care of it. So you can invest in things that aren't depreciating much, as well as invest in the stock market in your new country, in crypto while you're in your new country. So don't just think that you can only do certain things in the United States. He's absolutely correct. Shout out to Thelonious with the $10 loan. He say, Andre, Stronger With You. Would you recommend that for the fall, winter? And it's a good bourbon. Yes, it is. I went through my bottle. I went through my bottle of Stronger With You. Yes, sir. He said, and mixed with cola. Yes, sir. It is an excellent, excellent set. I like Stronger With You intensely. Man, that chestnut. I recommend Stronger With You for the wintertime. It is a fall winter set without a doubt. Without a doubt, it is an excellent set. If you guys ever get a chance to sample, like if you're walking through Macy's or if you're walking through whatever store, or you're walking through the mall and it's a cologne shop or perfume shop there, stop off and smell some of the colognes that we're talking about. For example, tonight's cologne is a combo. I'm doing a combo tonight, Thelonious. I am doing Versace Eros Flame, which is considered one of the top 3 Versace colognes. So I'm doing the Flame. The Versace Eros is in the blue bottle. I gave that away to Andre's brother, Camilo. Shout out to Camilo. But the strongest one is the Eros Flame. It is really, really good. And I took Valentino Intense. Not intensely, but just intense. So normally what I normally do is if I'm layering colognes, I will put on the first one. I put on this first, let about 20 minutes go by. Let it macerate. Macerate is just let it get onto the oxygen. Let the oxygen change the molecules on your skin. And then if I'm going to layer, then I put on the second layer. So tonight I'm rocking both of these. So Versace Eros Flame and and Valentino Intense. Because they're so close, not that they smell the same, but they just like remind me of each other somehow, some way. And I was like, let me layer these two tonight. So these are the two that I'm layering tonight. Not expensive at all. Not expensive at all. You can still get this one at, you can get it at Macy's, or you can get it at what's what some of the cheap like I haven't been in the States so long, I forget some of the discount stores. Some of the discount distributor stores that are out there, not Macy's, but some of the more I forget in that neighborhood that you can see in every other neighborhood. Those type of stores. You can get it at Kohl's. So to show you how long I've been away from the States, I've forgotten about all the discount stores that's in all the neighborhoods. Let me scroll back up and continue on with the shout outs. We got 59 people in the building. We're going to get started talking about this topic in a moment, gentlemen. And the topic tonight, once again, is will over 40 million U.S. citizens lose their dual citizenship? The bill is on the table. It's no longer just a proposal. It's a bill now to be voted on. So they have a choice. They can vote on the bill or they can leave it alone. They don't have to vote on the bill. I'll say this again. They don't have to vote on the bill. And in the United States, Congress receives over 10,000 bills or proposals a year to vote on. Over 10,000 a year. Congress only votes on 450 to 430 to 450 bills every year. So even though they receive thousands upon thousands, Congress only sits down and votes on 400 plus. Most of us don't know that. Yeah, most of us don't know that Congress doesn't vote on that many bills. They just receive a lot. So a lot of the bills that are presented are just for bells and whistles, just to make it seem like that person is doing something. But they know that bill might and or might not pass. Shout out to my man Jay Casey in the building. Appreciate you being here, brother. Glad to see that you're here representing. As well as, let me scroll down a little further, make sure I didn't miss out on my brother Crypto Dragon Emperor. Can't miss out on that, brother. Shout out to you being here. And HR Ferguson, of the Ferguson family in the building. He said, good evening, everyone. Hit that damn like button. What do you think you're doing? You know when you hit the like button, what's going to happen?
Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to my brother Julian in the building. Glad to see that you're here, Mr. White. Good evening to you as well, kind sir. And my brother Jay in the building. He said, did you take last night's stream down? I did. You can still see it on Facebook. I'm going to put it in the Patreon. Let me drop the link to the Patreon as well. I'm going to put it in the Patreon because it was so long and it had so much copyright strike. That's the reason why I didn't leave it up on YouTube, because of all the music that I had that were original songs. I knew that I would get a copyright strike in regards to that. So I said, you know what, Andre, don't even play around. Don't even play games, Mr. Spence. Take that video down off of YouTube. But it's still on Facebook. I still have the original copy of the channel. I mean, of the episode. But I left it on Facebook, so when I upload it onto Patreon, it'll be going through Facebook. And Facebook doesn't have any problem with it. I don't know why Facebook don't have any problem with copyright strikes, but they don't, as far as I've seen. But anybody that wants to support the channel, just $5, $10, whatever it may be, you can support by way of the Patreon. And do remember that all of the books that I write are there for those that are for the $15 members on up. Any book that I write, I don't care if I write 10 books, the ebook will be there on the Patreon even before it's even on Amazon. So you guys get it first. But this book that I have coming down the turnpike will be for those that are donating to the Children Cancer Foundation this month. So you guys are going to receive my latest book, my latest ebook. But let me continue with the shout outs. I don't want to talk about that quite yet. Salute for my brother Jay Fleming in the building. Glad to see you here. Mr. LAJ himself. And shout out to my man, it's Jay Clyde. I'm going to be reaching out to you, Jay, in regards to the episode that we're going to be doing next week about the couples. I think I spoke to you about that before, so I'm going to be reaching out to you this weekend to see how your schedule is, because I want to get a nice panel of men together regarding those that are in solidified relationships, how you keep it going. We're doing a special episode next week, guys, of guys that are in solidified relationships around the world. There are a lot of videos out there and a lot of YouTubers that showcase how to live the single man's life. But there aren't too many times when you have guys come together on a panel that are in solidified, successful relationships, and how we've been doing it, how things have been going. Some of the myths and some of the truths you guys are going to hear next week. And so I'm going to have a great cast of gentlemen come up and talk about it. So I'm going to be reaching out to you, Jay. Shout out to my man Terry Ruff in the building. From them Charlotte, Carolina boys. Them Carolina boys look good in that white and that baby blue. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. And shout out to my brother Los in the building. And Cartagena always showing some love. Appreciate you, Antoine. Salute, Twan. Salute to you, brother. Yes, sir. And we got Mr. Brown himself. Shout out to you. He said, nowhere I'd rather be, unless Theo's class, of course. He said, Dre, love you, brother. I love you, brothers, too, man. I really do. I really have true love for you guys to keep us all in prayer. And I'm not saying that flippantly. I keep us in prayer on my knees. And before every episode, man, I have a time of meditation and prayer for us all, man. Kid you not. Shout out to my brother Eman Perry of the Perry family being in the building. Yes, sir. Glad that you're here. This is a great topic for tonight. And shout out to my man, hear me one time. Just hear me one time. Is in the building. Yes, sir. Glad to see that you're here, sir. Glad to see that you're here. As well as my man K-Dub. Yes, sir. K-Dub said this. He said, Andre, he said, what's your thought on Cigna? He said it's pricier than the other international health insurances. Just in case you guys are wondering what we're talking about. He said, but I have 10% lifetime discount. Deductible versus non-deductible. Now, like I said, when it comes to your international health insurance, it depends on how long you want to keep it. Do you want to keep that insurance coverage for a year or two while it's covering you for your visa, or once you get your visa approved in a country, and I hope that's what we're talking about. Once you get your visa approved, do you want to get the insurance coverage that's in that country? Because before a visa, we have to get the Cignas or the IMGs and the other insurances, because we aren't covered in those countries yet. But once we get approved visa, celebrating, and now we can buy insurance in that country. Is it better to buy it in that country, or is it better to keep our Cigna and just roll out with it for 4, 5, 6 years? So it depends on what you want to do with your particular international health insurance. But for those that don't know, anybody that applies for a visa in any country must have international health insurance for a visa, not travel insurance. Travel insurance covers you for that particular vacation or particular trip. We're talking about international health insurance. So it depends on what you want to get, as well as the deductibles, as well as pre-existing conditions. Does pre-existing conditions impact your premium or any deductibles? So you want to ask that as well. The other thing is you want to find out what can get you removed from that insurance company. Such as here in Colombia, if you put on too much weight, you can lose your medical insurance in Colombia. For example, the number one is SURA, S-U-R-A, SURA, S-U-R-A. And SURA will tell you, you put on weight you want to for your height and your age. SURA will tell you. If you even notice this, some of you guys don't notice this, you don't even see too many big older people in Colombia. You'll see a few here and there, but have you ever noticed that even most Colombian older people aren't as big as our aunties or grandmamas or our mamas back home in the States? One of the reasons is they know that they can lose their insurance coverage if they're too big in Colombia. So a lot of times in Colombia, you don't see too many big older people. Shout out to you, brother. Hope I answered your question. Shout out to Black Nubian in the building, Canadian boys.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Oh, Canada. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, brother. Let me scroll down a little bit more, get some shout outs there. We got 60 people in the building. I told you guys it's going to be a great topic. I kid you not, as well. Shout out to shit. What in turn, man? Every time I think Sheldon is too busy for Love Crossing Borders, Sheldon pops up from out of nowhere. Shout out to Sheldon. Hey, I watched that little episode, that little YouTube short that you did when you was eating a scorpion in Thailand. I see you enjoying yourself like you always do. Man, you getting in more countries than I'm getting in. Goodness gracious, I'm trying to keep up with you. Goodness gracious. Shout out to our brother Sheldon, the Blind Traveler. Moderators, if you don't mind, looking up Sheldon's YouTube channel and drop the link for us. If you don't mind, moderators, just look up his YouTube channel, drop the link, as well as his Instagram. Look for Sheldon, the Blind Traveler on YouTube, as well as Instagram. Shout out to you, Sheldon. I'm glad that you're here. Salute to you as well, brethren. Salute to you as well. Sheldon bit into that scorpion. He like, okay, you know, the little pincers, he was like, okay, I can do that. But then when he bit into the middle of the scorpion, he like, nah, you can have this back. You gonna eat the rest, ma'am. You can have the rest of it. Nah, this ain't for me. This ain't, you know. The pincers were like, okay, they were crunchy. He like, okay, cool. Well, he bit in the middle of that scorpion. He was like, oh, what that? No, this ain't for me. This ain't for me. I can see it written all over your face. You don't have to say a word. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane of the Bobby Coltrane family. Yes, sir. Salute to my brother Bobby and giving salutes and shout outs to other brothers in the building. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little bit more. And we got my man Tech in the building. Yes, sir. Glad to see you here. He said, you put me on to Arrow's Flame last year. Thanks for that. Yes, sir, man. Yes, once again, Cologne of the Night. I'm doing Dose. It is Arrow's Flame by Versace. I know the original is in a blue bottle, but they even made it stronger and better. If you want a better version of it, that is excellent. Date night, hanging out, clubbing, partying in Medellin or in Thailand, that Arrow's Flame cologne is excellent. And I layered it tonight with the Versace, with the Valentino Intense. Valentino Intense. That's what I'm wearing tonight on top of the Arrow Flame. And like I said, I usually put one on, take 20 minutes, and then I put the layered on top with the other one. That's normally how I do it. Yeah, that Arrow's Flame. Yeah, that flame is good, man. A lot of dudes sleeping on that flame because a lot of people so used to the Versace Arrows in the blue bottle, they're kind of like, been there, done that. And when you smell the flame on the one in the red bottle, it's like, wow. Yeah, it works well. Yes, it does. Yes, it. Marshalls. That's how I was trying to think of. Burlington, Ross. You can thank you, gentlemen. I could not remember the stores, man. Hey, have some grace. It's been 8 years since I've lived in the States, man. My mind, you know, after you travel to all these countries, like you're Sheldon, you start to travel to all these countries, you start to forget about some of the stuff that's back home that you're not around on a regular basis. I kid you not, man. I was trying my best to remember. I was like, okay, one of them starts with an M, and that's why I kept saying Marshalls. I'm trying to remember, like, okay. I mean, that's why I kept saying Macy's, because I couldn't remember Marshalls. But yeah, Burlington. Yeah, Fragrance Net. You can get it there. Absolutely correct. Sheldon says salute once again. Yes, sir, brother. Glad to see that you're here. And my brother Kofer is in the building. We got 59 in the building. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Appreciate you. And all you guys that are watching live from Andrea's channel, shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys watching from Andrea Wallace's channel and supporting by way of the Patreon. Remember, all super chats, all the cash apps and PayPals during the month of December will go towards the Children Cancer Foundation here in Cali, Colombia. We have been doing a great. Last year, we gave away $4,100 to the Children's Cancer Foundation. Our goal this year is just $2,000, and we're looking pretty good, man. Looking pretty good thus far. Glad to see that you guys here. Shout out to my brother Robbie in the building. Greeting Mr. and Mrs. Spence. He say blessings are we all to be a part of this family. Yes, sir. I'm glad. He said, shout out coming in from the ATL 404. Yes, sir. Them Southern boys. Yes, sir. Let's see what I got for the Dirty South. What you really know about the Dirty South? What you really know about the Dirty South? Yes, sir. Shout out to you, brothers. Yes, sir. He said, as a person who has worked in the medical insurance, thank you very much, Crypto, for letting us know. As a person that's worked in the medical insurance, for over 10 years with TELUS Health, Cigna is the best for overseas insurance. Thanks for letting us know, brother. That's what this family is all about, sharing information. He said, I believe mine came in handy when I was in DR. He said, I highly recommend Cigna, gents. So there you go. There you go. Really? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've heard from the professionals now. My brother said this. He said, my girl in Cali, he said, took my arrows from me. I can see that happening here. You won't be walking around smelling good around these women. See, Andrea is the opposite. Andrea is like, you better smell good no matter where we go. Shout out to my man, E-Man Perry of the Perry family. He said they need to do that. He said do that in the U.S. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little bit further. And we got my brother Charles in the building. Yes, sir. Hope everything is going great. Mr. Brazil himself. He says, sup, everybody? He said, back in Brazil next week. Countdown. Countdown. Appreciate that, brother. I'm glad that you're going to be going back to Brazil. Have a good time. Hope your health is doing well right now, Charles. Keep me, put in the comment. Let us know how you've been doing, man, lately. You know, you've been here back and forth, but I know that you, at one point in time, you're working through some physical situations. So I hope everything is going great with you, brother. Let us know in the comment section. He said headed to Porto Alegre. I hope I pronounced that correctly. For my next city experience. Yes, sir. Definitely keep us posted on that as well. And my brother Aiken giving shout outs and salutes as well. Let's get ready to get started. Let me change the music, gentlemen. Let me change over the music. And we can get started with tonight's topic, because this is an important one. I'm not going to ramble off at the mouth or anything about it. Like I said, some of you guys either have a lady friend or a wife, or that has dual citizenship in the United States, or plan on getting married one day, and you might want to bring her back home to the States, or she may have dual citizenship in another country, but she's got citizenship in the United States. Either way, at the end of the day, over 40 million Americans have dual citizenship. 15% of all white people have dual citizenship in the United States. So dual citizenship is not a small thing. It's not something that's going to be like, oh, it's only a few million people. No, 40 million people have two passports in the United States. Think about it. The United States is only 400 million people. That means 10% of the United States has dual citizenship. So that's how important this topic is tonight. Shout out to you guys. And shout out to my brother William H. in the building. Blessings to all. Let's get started with the video. Let me add the video to the stage.
Posed by Bernie Moreno. He's a senator from Ohio, and he...
My bad. I didn't mean to put that up there. Well, that's the fundraiser that we're doing. That's the organization that we work with the Children's Cancer Foundation here in Cali, Colombia, Providence House. And so we donate to them every year. Over 400,000 children from 0 to 19 are diagnosed with one or another form of cancer around the world. So we work with them, and they're here located, and we've been donating to them. This will be our 4th year donating to them. Shout out to all you guys that help us out during the month of December to donate to the Children's Cancer Foundation. Yes, sir. From leukemia to tumors. Yes, sir. And once again, in exchange for blessing the children, you guys will receive an e-copy. Each person that donates next month is the release of my new book, The Unshakable Man, Confidence Secrets of Jeff Bezos, Kevin Samuels, Michael Jordan, Bruce Lee, the U.S. Navy SEALs. Jeff Bezos is in there, as well as many others. How these guys handle moments that will shake the average man. How do they handle these situations? Because in order to relocate to another country or to deal with some of the ups and downs of life that we deal with as men, In certain situations, you got to know how to be unshakable. Where another dude can be shook, but you can't afford to be shook. So that's the next book that's going to be released to you guys who are donating by way of super chats. That are donating by way of Cash App and donating by way of PayPal, like our brother Will, Chill will be receiving an e-copy of this book. I'm excited, man. I've been working on this book for quite a while as well. But let me take this down because I really wanted to bring something else to stage, which was the video.
Dual citizenship or prevent you from getting it at
the beginning. Shout out to our brother right here, the Nomad Capitalist. Make sure you subscribe to his YouTube channel. He just dropped this part of the video just 5 hours ago.
Posed by Bernie Moreno. He's a senator from Ohio, and he wants to take away your dual citizenship or prevent.
This is the guy that is Colombian born in the state of Ohio. He gave up his Colombian citizenship at 18, and he thinks that everybody else should do it.
You from getting it at all. He says if you're going to be an American and nothing else. What he omits is the fact that he represents a government that wants you to have fewer and fewer options, fewer bank accounts, fewer investments, fewer options overseas. Bernie Moreno and people like him want to control your life. And so this is something that you're going to need to decide at some point. Do I want to pivot away from the United States, or do I want to just solely keep my entire life here and have no other options? I've told you for years there's going to come a time when you make a choice. This bill itself may not pass. In fact, I would guess it probably won't. But you're still going to have to start adjusting your life for a United States where even the political party you support thinks you should be subservient to your government.
Welcome back. A senator from Ohio is looking to do away with dual citizenship. Republican Senator Bernie Moreno has introduced the Exclusive Citizenship Act of 2025. The bill would make it so no one may be a U.S. citizen or national while also holding citizenship from another country.
If an American voluntarily acquires citizenship in another country, they would then relinquish their U.S. status. If passed, those who already have dual citizenship would then have to pick one or the other.
Now, while the U.S. government doesn't keep statistics on dual citizens, it's estimated that more than 40 million Americans are eligible. I want to bring in our chief legal analyst, Conley Rhodes, to break this down. So say this passes, and what would be the legal hurdles there? Because the Constitution protects some things saying, well, we just can't take your citizenship away, right?
This seems to be a great idea, except it's unconstitutional, so it's dead on arrival. Let me start there. 1958, a case called Perez came out, and Congress was attempting to revoke folks with foreign dual citizenship if they participated in foreign elections. Well, that was overturned in 1967 with the...
Now, don't let that slide by. Oh, thanks, Growth. Thanks, Kofa, for the talking about the book cover. Don't let that slide by, guys. In 1958, they had sent forth a proposal in U.S. Congress tried to take away the dual citizenship of any American that voted in a foreign country's election. For example, let's going to use our brother Kings and Dreams as an example, a Jamaican brother. Even though Kings and Dreams, born and raised in the United States, but a descendant of Jamaica, so he has dual citizenship. If Kings and Dreams prior to 1958 decided to vote in the election in Jamaica, there were senators that were trying to come against guys like Kings and Dreams and you other guys and ladies that have dual citizenships. But this is what happened in 1967 to counteract that.
Case called Rusk, where they held the government cannot, because it is, as you mentioned, a constitutionally protected fundamental right under the 14th Amendment.
Hi guys, I'm an immigration attorney, and yesterday I posted a video on the Exclusive Citizenship Act of 2025, so let me give you an update. I was really shocked by how many of you guys engaged with this post, so I want to give a little bit of a clarification since I posted that video. There's a Supreme Court case called Ephraim v. Rusk, where a Polish citizen in 1926 became a naturalized American citizen. He went abroad, voted in a political election, and afterwards, when he tried to renew his passport, the State Department did not let him. So he went to the Supreme Court, and it was held that Congress does not have the power under the Constitution to take away a person's citizenship.
So, according to the 14th Amendment, Congress cannot take away your citizenships. Congress cannot take away your citizenships. A person can only lose their second or other citizenship, or in some cases, you know, if America is your second country and you may come from another country and you still have your citizenship there, that's your first citizenship. Congress has no right to tell you or make you, according to the 14th Amendment, make you renounce your U.S. citizenship. The only person that can take away your citizenship of another country is that other country. In other words, once I get my citizenship here, I'm a resident here in Colombia. That means I've got all the rights of a Colombian, including I can file for Colombian Social Security and everything, right? I've got all the rights of a Colombian except for the right to vote and the right for a passport. So once I become a full citizenship, I have all the rights of a citizen. America cannot take that away from me. Nor, according to the 14th Amendment, can America take away my American natural born citizenship. You can't do that. They took it to the Supreme Court in 1967. I don't know what, this is the funny part. I don't even know why this guy is even presenting this, because it's going to die. That's why I say sometimes they put forth proposals just to act like they're doing something in the White House. Because at the end of the day, if this dude knew anything about the 14th Amendment, since he wanted to be a full-fledged American, which is nothing wrong with that, he would have known that America can't take away somebody else's citizenship. Only that country can do that. And Americans can't take away natural born citizenship from a person. Just cannot be done. He said, I want to do 6 months with the nomad country. He said 6 months in another, which is actually great. He said, I'm not sure the local insurance will be suffice. If you're doing 6 and 6, 100% what my brother said is correct. Go with Sigma. If you're doing 6 and 6, you're not going to be in either country long enough to really benefit off that local country's insurance. So if I knew like you, I'm glad that you worded it like that, K-Dub. If it were me and I knew that throughout my travels, you know who does that a lot? Aaron, Black Man's Travel. Or Black Man's Travel on Facebook, on Black Man's Travel on YouTube. Shout out to Aaron. You know, Aaron has spent 6 months or a year or two in DR. Then he goes to Brazil. He spent so much time here in Medellin, Colombia. Now he's in Thailand. He might be heading to another country. If you're a type of person that moves like that, maybe spend a year or 6 months or a year or two in another country, getting insurance in just one country won't cover you. So you will definitely need international health insurance because you move. My brother Zay, he does that. He travels to a lot of countries here in South America. So it wouldn't be feasible for him to have full coverage of Colombian Sura insurance if he's only going to be here like 6 months or a year here in Colombia. And I'm just using an example. So shout out to you, brother. Hey, sexy boo. He said, yeah, it may be unconstitutional, but that won't stop this regime because their agenda through Congress. Can't do it through Congress. This is not something that's a yes or no through Congress. This is something that's already been argued in the Supreme Court. Remember, our government, as you guys know, is set up in 3 branches: the judicial, the executive, and the legislative. So the legislative branch, meaning Congress, can say what they want, and the executive branch can say what he wants. But even though we have even a Republican-centered Supreme Court, this won't fly. And the other reason why it won't fly, because there are over 40 million Americans that would stand up against this. It will not fly. And I just want guys to know this. He say no dual citizenship for you unless you're from a small colonial state established in 1948, huh? I didn't get that one. Shout out to T-Mac being in the building. Shout out to you, Agan. I didn't get that one, brother. He said they may be able to affect naturalized citizens, but the native-born citizens cannot have their citizenship removed. No, it won't be able to affect the naturalized. In other words, those that gave up their those who had citizenship let's say a person was born in Italy. Here's the situation with the case that they're talking about right now in 1967. This guy was born in Poland. He moved to the United States, got his naturalized, paid for citizenship, right? Got his naturalized citizenship. And after he got that, he had gone back to Poland years later just to vote. That's how this case in 1967 came about. When he came back to the States to renew his passport, United States said, "Oh, hell no, you went and voted in Poland. You ain't one of us." He wasn't born in the United States. He got his citizenship after he was born in Poland. He took it to the Supreme Court in 1967. And the Supreme Court said he's right. According to the 14th Amendment, you cannot take away a person's citizenship. Natural born or naturalized, you can't take that person's citizenship away. And you can't force them. This is the part 2 of the 14th Amendment. Congress does not have the power to force another person to give up their citizenship of another country. Only that other country can tell that person you can't have citizenship. That's why it's never been done. And I'm going to say this again. This has been attempted 7 times since 1901 in the United States. So if you guys think that this is the first time they've done this, yes, absolutely correct. Only if they have errors on their citizenship application or errors like on your birth certificate or something like that. Like, come to find out, yes, you were born in the United States, but some type of error took place. And so then America has jurisdiction. Absolutely correct. Or if you're a naturalized person, like, Colombia was your first country and you moved to America and you got naturalized, but there was a mistake on the application. Yes, T-Mac is absolutely correct. Then they may be able to do something about it. But if you don't have a problem on your application, if you don't have a problem on your application and you are naturally born or in another country, the United States, according to the 14th Amendment, can't. And I think that's the part that we failed to realize. We have a 3-part government. I know we're so accustomed to seeing the 2 portions of our government all over the news, and we rarely hear about what the Supreme Court is doing. But the Supreme Court is just as important of a leg in our government as the legislative, which means the House of Representatives and House of Representatives and the Senate, as well as the executive branch, which is the president and his cabinet. We fail to acknowledge how important it is, how important our Constitution is. And that's why a lot of times over the last 6 months to a year, you've been seeing Trump has to go to court for this, court for that, court for this. Why? Trump can't automatically, in some cases, some of the things that he's trying to implement, he can't just say, I'm going to do it because I'm president. How many times have we seen Trump over the last year battling in the Supreme Court? You know why? Because the Supreme Court has the right as far as being just as important as the presidency, just as important as our Congress when it comes to how our government is run. That is what that is what I believe. I believe that 1% T-Mac, he said, all this is just hype news. Dual citizenship is not going anywhere. Absolutely correct. this is not going anywhere. We're going to get more in depth into it, into the whys behind it, because it's one thing for me and T-Mac and you other guys that know that it's not going anywhere, but it's another thing for us to actually do a breakdown tonight why this is not going to happen. That's what this episode is about. Why dual citizenship will not end in the United States. First of all, we just discovered the 14th Amendment does not allow it. C said that, and shout out to you, C's, in regards to let me know how your health is. I'm glad that you're doing a lot better, brother. He said, I know about 3 branches of government and checks and balances, right? He said, my point is that the current regime needs to be stopped. In general, I agree. I agree 100%. I really do. It's just getting crazier and crazier and crazier, bro. Shout out to my man Garfield in the building. Yep, it's getting crazier and crazier. That's the one thing that I can say. This is just one of many topics that's out of control in the United States. The fact that they can feel comfortable with this, even though it's not going to pass, it's crazy. Let's go back to the video.
A voluntary renunciation of that. The Supreme Court also pointed out that the 14th Amendment states that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States, and that completely controls the status of a person's citizenship. Follow for more immigration news and updates.
How can you be loyal to the United States and another country at the same time? The Founding Fathers didn't think you could. But in 1967, the Supreme Court ruled that U.S. citizens cannot be involuntarily stripped of their citizenship.
There's the vote right there. This is the same year Thurgood Marshall on October 2nd became a Supreme Court judge. October 2nd, Thurgood Marshall, 1967, became a Supreme Court judge. This same year, this was right here. This is the Secretary of State. And this is the Polish guy right here that took it to the Supreme Court. This is the guy up top with the holding a child. He's the one that took it to the Supreme Court. If it wasn't for him, dual citizenship would be completely different. But because he fought and fought and fought all the way to the Supreme Court, that's why it was put in the 14th Amendment, or let's put it like this, not put, but upheld in the 14th Amendment, that if you're naturalized or if you are born in the United States, U.S. government cannot take your citizenship. They can't. Let's continue on.
The Supreme Court ruled that U.S. citizens cannot be involuntarily stripped of their citizenship, even if they engage in activities like serving in a foreign military.
You said 9, Tevin? Thank you, brother. I thought it was 7, but Tevin said that it's 9 attempts since 1901. I have to do some research on that. Yeah. I thought it was 7. I've got some to pull up for you guys. We're going to talk about that tonight.
Or voting in foreign elections. This landmark decision opened the door to the acceptance of dual citizenship in America. Given the ongoing concerns about national security and the increase in immigration over recent decades, should the U.S. change its stance on dual citizenship?
Can the U.S. government deport natural-born and or naturalized citizens, U.S. citizens? Can they deport them from the U.S.? The answer is unequivocally no. I've been going down the rabbit hole of legal cases, Supreme Court legal cases that this is covered in, and then there's a lot. One particular case that comes to mind is Afram v. Rusk, 1967. The Supreme Court ruled that the Constitution, of course, grants Congress no express power to strip people of their citizenship, no right to expatriation. In this case, Afram was born in Poland, came to the United States, applied for citizenship, became a citizen, didn't register.
I want you guys to realize what she just said. I'm going to bring back what she just mentioned, because some of you guys, it'll go over your head.
The Supreme Court ruled that the Constitution, of course, grants Congress no express power.
The Constitution expresses Congress no power. They can't even vote on this to even do this. That's why it's all for show. That's why it's dead in the water. Congress doesn't even have the power to do this.
to strip people of their citizenship. No right to expatriation. In this
Can't kick you out. Once you become a citizen of the United States, whether it's by birth or naturalization, they can't just say one day, I'm just going to kick you out. I don't like you. Give you a perfect example. Remember earlier this year, Donald Trump was trying to get Rosie O'Donnell kicked out the country. Remember him and Rosie O'Donnell have been beefing for years. For years. Trump has been trying his best to get Rosie O'Donnell kicked out of the United States. Has Rosie O'Donnell gone in? Now, Rosie O'Donnell is not poor. She got a lot of money. Has Rosie O'Donnell gone anywhere? She hasn't moved an inch. You know why? Doesn't matter how much president you are. We got 3 branches of government. And according to the 14th Amendment, you can't kick Rosie O'Donnell out the country just because you don't like her. And neither can any other citizen being kicked out. Oh, she left. She's in Ireland. She finally moved. But she didn't get kicked out. That's my point. You can't kick out a U.S. citizen. Congress can't do it. They don't have the power to do it. And that's the point. A lot of times we make the mistake of assuming because our governments have the power to do this and the power to do that, and we see certain things unfold that we don't like. So we assume that they must have ultimate power to do certain. That's why we have a constitution. And most of us in America know that if we circumvent our constitution, there will be no more America. And the one branch that makes sure that we don't circumvent our constitution is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court. So I know we all want a conspiracy theory this thing because we as Americans, we love a good conspiracy theory. But it's simple. I kid y'all not. There is no, no 3-card Monte going on. This bill will not pass. It doesn't have the power to pass, and Congress doesn't have the power to implement it, and neither does the president. And I know to some of us, because we've seen so many things going on with the presidents and Congress over the last few years, and they could do anything. They can't do anything without it ended up in the Supreme Court. And that's why every time you turn around during the Trump administration, you're going to see Trump having to go ask permission from the Supreme Court. How many times? I think Trump has been in the Supreme Court case, 6 times already in his administration this year? Every time you turn around, Trump tries to do something and it ends up in the Supreme Court. Trump tries to do something else, it ends up in the Supreme Court. Trump tries to do something else, it ends up in the Supreme Court. He does not have the ultimate power like a lot of Trumpeteers think he has. He'll try something and he'll see what sticks. And a lot of what he tries, have you guys noticed, the Supreme Court has said, you can't do that, President. Some things they say yes to, but a lot of things that Trump has had to try to do over the last year, the Supreme Court has said, no, bro, you can't do that, according to the Constitution. The other thing is, remember, this is just one senator. Remember what I just mentioned, gentlemen. She did that voluntarily. Rosie O'Donnell did not lose her citizenship as a U.S. citizen. Trump did not kick her out of the country. That's my point, gentlemen. Thank you for informing me that she's in Ireland. I appreciate that. And she's in a great country right now. Do not get me wrong. She's in a great location. But she was not kicked out of the country. She was not, they didn't come to her house, grab her, and she was just ran out of the country. You say someone else has moved to Italy. You guys are going to, if you, let's be real with it. If you guys think that you're not, I mentioned this for the last 3 years. The rich are leaving. I don't know why y'all think the rich gonna stay in the States. They go to the States to make their money. They getting the hell up out the States. The rich aren't staying in the States. So why y'all sit back thinking like, oh, this person's leaving, that person? I'm never surprised when somebody's famous, somebody's rich, or business that or corporation that leaves the United States. I'm never surprised. I've been saying this for years. They are leaving, getting dual citizenships and dual passports in several countries, buying property in several countries so they can have several passports. That's how the rich are doing it. Only us mere mortals are sitting around talking about some my country 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. But if you got 50 cents in your pocket, man, they leaving. They are leaving. I think I'm going to need to do a video on that one too, because I did it a couple years ago. You guys thought I was playing. People that got money are not hanging around. Y'all need to start realizing how many people that got money got property and land and citizenship in other countries. Ain't nobody hanging out in the United States like that and they got money. Shoot, Theo is on his way up out of there. You think Theo gonna be spending the rest of his life in the United States? Y'all really think Theo gonna be doing that? After all the years Theo has lived in other countries, you think that brother gonna sit up there and just stay in the United States all his days? Shh. Y'all got Theo fucked up. Seriously, gentlemen, ain't nobody hanging out there like that. If you ever look on TikTok, YouTube, it's just us regular mere mortals bragging about the United States. When last time you saw somebody that was rich bragging about I ain't going nowhere? When? And I'm not talking about they didn't even have to be famous. When was the last time y'all saw a well-known person saying I ain't going nowhere? Many of our favorite sports stars, once they retire, they're leaving. They're investing in other countries. Many actors and actresses, singers, performers, business people, they leaving. I know y'all like to keep that, that little red, white, and blue. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But people that have the resources are saying, man, listen, give me my dual citizenship, bro. I use the United States for making money. But my house, where I live, I remember when Madonna left. Y'all laughed at Madonna. When she moved to UK, y'all laughed at her. I remember that. Michael left. Looked at Michael like he was crazy. He's on the run. Y'all called Michael on the run when he left, didn't y'all? Remember that? Oh, I remember. Y'all said Michael on the run when he left the United States. When he said, fuck that damn ranch. Mike was out. What did Mike come back to the United States for? See his family and do some concerts. Did Mike come back to live in the United States? He came back to do some concerts, make some money. He's gonna get the hell right back up out the United States. That's what Michael Jackson was doing. Did he announce his last tour in the United States? Oh, he announced it while he was in London. Okay, that's what I thought. Y'all keep on thinking that everybody gonna hang around the United States with us regular people. It ain't happening. And it's not, my point in saying that is not to fear monger, is to let you know that it's not coincidental. It's not a coincidence that you are the only ones with straw in your mouth talking about, I love United States. I ain't going no goddamn where. I wish I would go somewhere. Me and Jeb gonna be right here for the rest of our days. Me, Jeb, and Emily, we ain't going nowhere. This is our country. Nothing wrong with that. But you better watch what the movers and shakers are doing and follow the money and stop trying to pretend like people that got money think like people that don't got money. And people that got money are starting to slowly but surely trickle out the United States. Russell, we know Russell, why Russell loved it. Shout out to Tone. My man TV for me said this. He said, I got my kids. He said, I got my kids. He said, I got my kids out of the United States. He said, trying to find a tax attorney or lawyer who use tax codes in the United States while my kids live overseas. Absolutely correct. You need to get an expat. We're going to talk about that tonight. You need to get an expat tax attorney or tax expat tax provider. That's what you need to get. That's what I use. I don't use a regular tax person. Hell no. I use a person that specializes with expats. Yes, sir. He said AI robots. Yep. He said we'll take 50% of the jobs anyway. So you might as well be ready to go global anyway. What's the use of taking all Theo's classes and you gonna stay in the States? Now I understand you gotta take care of mom and grandma and your kids. I got that. All you guys that got responsibilities in the States, I understand you. I kid you not. But those of us that ain't got no stateside responsibilities, ain't no way in the world I'm graduating Theo's classes, getting a job, and I'm staying in the States. When I could make that money and I can live anywhere in the world, won't be me. For real. If I was Diddy, you wouldn't have had me in the States. I'd still be free. I'd be dancing in Dubai. I'd be dancing in Bali. I'm all in Malaysia. You got P. Diddy all in the Passport Bro videos. P. Diddy all in the Passport Bro videos doing his Diddy dances. That would have been me. Ain't no way in hell I'd have been hanging out in the United States. And they trying to set me up. Now you got to go to jail for 4 years. Yeah, that couldn't be me. Let's go back to the video. Shout out to you guys.
Case Afram was born in Poland, came to the United States, applied for citizenship, became a citizen, didn't register for the draft, and so they were going to punish him with expatriation and basically say you're not here. Supreme Court basically said no, you can't do that. You can't use that as a method. You can lock him in jail if you want for failing to adhere to the draft, but you can't just expatriate him. Actually, you can punish people. You can send somebody to jail. You can even execute someone with regard to capital crimes, but you can't just deport someone. That isn't how our citizenship works. And one of the interesting things that the Supreme Court did argue in Afram v. Rusk was that the people are sovereign to the U.S. government. And the U.S. government does not get to abridge its responsibilities to the people and decide when that citizenship ends.
The USA wants to get rid of dual citizenship. Well, at least one person does. Let me explain. This is Bernie Moreno, a Colombian-born, naturalized US citizen from Ohio who recently proposed new legislation making it so that US citizens cannot have dual citizenship. And here is why it will most likely never happen. So just for reference, this is what the bill wants to do. It wants to force dual citizens to choose one citizenship, and you must renounce any other citizenship within 1 year. And if you don't choose, that means you automatically lose your US citizenship. But here's the problem. Millions of US citizens are already dual citizens. Families and businesses and politicians would be affected. And Congress is super divided, let's be honest. They can't get anything done. Not only that, but the USA cannot strip somebody of their citizenship. They have to voluntarily give it up. This would almost immediately be challenged and struck down by the courts. And here's the biggest reason why this will never happen. Many US politicians have dual citizenship with you know who, and as we all know, the USA on her a threat to humanity.
Correct. A lot of people don't realize how many of our US congressmen and congresswomen have citizenships with Israel. Remember, you can have citizenships with whatever country is willing to accept you. You don't have to be born in that country. You can have citizenship in whatever country that will accept you as an American and says, hey, you can come here, keep your American citizenship, and we will give you, it will amaze you. We're going to look at it tonight. How many people in our U.S. Congress has citizenship with Israel, as well as citizenship with other countries, including the United States? My man Tevin King says this. He say celebrities and dual citizenship. He said, thank you very for the list. He said Ryan Reynolds, Sandra Oh, Natalie Portman, absolutely correct. And the list goes on and on, from Arnold to Tom Hanks, all the way down. Yes, sir. Good list, man. Angelina Jolie. Yep. Drake. Justin Bieber. Who else you got? You got so many people with dual citizenships, man, that we got actors and actresses that Melissa Ford was born in Canada. She's a Canadian citizen as well as U.S. citizen. We got so many people that are more than one citizenship. Yes, sir. He said, Dre, I didn't want to say the nation's name in my early comment. He say, posted flag on your channel. I got you, brother. I got you. He said a lot of rich people have dual citizenship. It's just a thing now. It's just it's not like it's. We all know that people that have money can see the world from a different lens than we see it. Let's be real. So when we start to see people that have money and can see the world from a different lens, and they're purposely getting 3, 4, even 5 citizenships. What did Jay-Z say in his rap? I got 5 passports. I'm never going to jail. Did not Jay-Z say that? Did he say I got 1? Or did Jay-Z say I got 5 passports? I'm never going to jail. Some of y'all forget that line, huh? Y'all forgot Jay said that, huh? I never forgot about that. I got 5 passports. I'm never going to jail. Yes, sir. Leonardo, absolutely. Heck yeah. Leonardo never here. Leonardo DiCaprio is never in the state. Tom Brady got a Brazilian citizenship with his wife as well as American with his ex-wife now. Oh, you said you got flagged last time? Okay. Thanks for letting me know. So we won't say the country anymore. Shout out to my man Ben in the building. Ben Dixon of the Dixon's family. He said, good evening, Dre. He said, brothers, you also get ancestry by family, by blood, if you have a grandparent that can qualify you for don't sleep. Yep. Jay-Z said that. Yep. Shout out to King Julian. Yes, sir. A lot of guys slept on that line that Jay-Z gave. I got 5 passports. I'm never going to jail. Let's go back to the video. Enough of my mouth.
Humanity. Why? Because he doesn't like her. They've been feuding for decades. But let's be clear. The U.S. government cannot revoke citizenship of people born in the United States of America. Of course, not legally. In 1967, the Supreme Court ruled in Afroyim versus Rusk that the government can't strip somebody's citizenship just because they want to. In fact, the only way to lose your citizenship is if you are naturalized and committed fraud during the naturalization process, and you are sued by the Department of Justice in federal court, and a federal judge after a trial strips you of your naturalization. But
before he goes any further, you were right, Growth. My bad, brother. He said, every dude I know has real money, has more than one or more of the following: multiple passports, property in another country, dual citizenship. That's true. One of the signs of wealth is not just how many cars you got in the garage, but the new sign of wealth is, just like you said, multiple passports, property in another country, dual citizenships. That's the new wave of wealth. Use the United States for making your money, but you got multiple passports, property in another country, dual citizenships. Absolutely correct, brother. Thank you very much for the $5 love. And I'm going to give a shout out to you guys that's on Cash App in a second. But as this guy is talking about Rosie O'Donnell not being able to be put out the country, out the United States, I want to pull something up on the screen for you guys real quick. Let's add this to the screen. Let me move me out the way and bring this on screen. I looked this up in regards to the amount of times that members of Senate or Congress have tried to end, sharply restrict, or marginally modify dual citizenship since 1907. In 1907, they tried to put forth a bill to do this, and they realized that it would cause a loss of U.S. citizenship, such a large loss of U.S. citizens Remember, in the 1900s, I mean, people were immigrating to the States like crazy during the turn of the century. So for you to try to tell people they got to give up their citizenship back in their home country, you would have lost millions of American citizens would have went back home before they would have gave up their citizenships during that time period when America wasn't even on top. Think about it. 1907, America wasn't top dog. England was. London was. The UK was. So it was easy for somebody to sit back and say, man, I'll get back on a boat and take my butt back home to my home country before I give up my home country citizenship. So in 1907, it didn't pass because those people realized, listen, too many people will leave America if we do this. 1922, they tried to do this. Married woman, independent nationality. They tried to come at the ladies. And at the end of the day, U.S. women would no longer automatically lose citizenship by marrying a foreigner. They try to say that the ladies, if the ladies married a foreign dude, whether in the States or out of the States, you lose your citizenship. That didn't pass. All these attempts didn't pass. None of these attempts that I'm telling you guys about didn't pass. 1914. They tried to do it. Codify as an act of being treated as expatriating. So they try to act like it was, continue to statutory control over the loss of citizenship act. So once again, they tried to come at guys and women regarding their citizenship. 1952, they tried it in regards to the same thing, the expatriating. But who gave forth the interpretation? The courts. The reason why it's never happened in the United States because the courts have stood up for the people regarding dual citizenship. Here we go, 1967, the court case that we're talking about, the guy from Poland. Once again, had to take it to the Supreme Court. Had to take it to the Supreme Court. 1970 to 1980s, they've been trying to do amendments to the Constitution and change it. 2008, they tried to do it. 2024, they tried to do it. 2025. This was earlier, 2025. I told you guys about that yesterday. And now, here we go right now again. This is the latest attempt, 2025. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 attempts. This will be the 10th attempt. We've had 9 in the past. This will be the 10th attempt to try to take dual citizenship away since the turn of the century of the 1900s. And Congress couldn't do it. The president couldn't do it because the people that stood up for the citizens was the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court. Shout out to my brother Will. Again, he said this. He said it is the most exhilarating feeling to accomplish when you own your own home in the U.S. and another. That's right, and Will knows. He said, and a house in another country, paid, clear, free. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, Will, and others like you. Shout out to you and others like you, brother. Shout out to you. I just want to pull that up so you guys can actually see the history of this attempt that they've made on us citizens throughout the years. So now let's go back to the video. Now that you guys have seen this, in the 9 times that they've attempted. And this is the 10th time. And the second time in 2025, I mentioned, that's why I wasn't tripping, because I said, wait a minute, didn't they try this earlier this year? And it's like it's like all of a sudden everybody starts to notice this attempt, because I guess because the guy was from Colombia or something, or from another country. But I had already, I was saying, wait a minute, they tried this. Marco Rubio and somebody else tried to do this past summer. So that's why I wasn't surprised when we just saw the attempt number 9 was in 2025, and the attempt number 10, in which we're in right now, is in 2025. Let's go back and add the video to the stage.
Was born in New York City. Her citizenship is not up for debate. So what's going on here? President Trump loves executive orders. He can sign an executive order. Rosie O'Donnell's no longer a citizen. And then Rosie O'Donnell is going to have to hire lawyers and spend umpteen hours and umpteen gazillion dollars defending her citizenship. Probably all the way up to the Supreme Court, because Donald Trump loves litigation. And Trump is basically telling everybody, if you speak out against me, I'm coming.
So I think there'd be absolutely zero chance that this stands constitutional muster. They can try to pass it, good luck, but there will be absolutely no chance that it's constitutional. Congress has tried to implement something like this on its own membership, where they want their own members to say, hey, you have to announce if you have dual citizenship when you're going to be.
But, and I know he's talking kind of fast, but what he's saying, Congress tried, because they can't do it to everybody, Congress tried to do it to itself. They try to say, if you run for Congress in the United States, you have to only have U.S. citizenship. Yeah, that didn't go anywhere.
A candidate when you're seeking election, and those are things that they probably could do.
Have you seen those lists online of all the U.S. officials who have dual citizenship with Israel? Some fact checkers say these are patently false. But here are some facts. There is no U.S. law prohibiting government officials from holding dual citizenship, in spite of the potential massive conflict of interest. Politicians are also allowed to keep this information secret under the guise of privacy. Never mind that they never have a problem playing up other private information like their religion or ethnicity. What's more, under the law of return, any Jew can apply to become an Israeli citizen when they set foot in the country. Many of our most prominent bureaucrats are Jewish. Coincidence? But I dare you to find any public...
Follow the money, follow the money, follow the money.
That's the list of our congressmen that have dual citizenship. Right now. You think they're going to vote on this and approve this when you see as many congressmen that have dual citizenship? You see, I agree. No dual citizenship, conflict of interest, absolutely correct. When holding certain offices politically, he say never thought that they'd actually try to do it. Yeah. But it hasn't passed. It'll never be approved. You'll never get congressmen. Look at this list of congressmen. You'll never get congressmen to be able to he says they're all Democrat. It all makes sense now. Are they? Oh yeah, they all showing off the list of Democrats. You know they're Republicans as well. Let's not fall for this one. Don't fall for don't conspiracy theory everything, guys. Do realize there is a Republican list as well. Do not think that it's just all Democrats with dual citizenship. But I just want you guys to see that it won't pass because there are too many in Congress that have dual citizenship. And I think that it's crazy to sit back and say the only way that you be able to run for office is if you give up your citizenship in another country. You know how many people wouldn't have been. Listen, if y'all want to play the citizenship game, we could play it. But let's not, because there's a lot of reverse Uno cards for the Trump family. If y'all really want to play that citizenship game, we could play that. But all you Trumpeteers that love Trump so much, there are a lot of reverse Uno cards on that family. If we want to do this citizenship and immigration thing, if y'all want to play that game. Do all you Trumpeteers, do your homework on your cult leaders, family, before you talk about somebody else's dual citizenships. Because that family, bruh, y'all do not want to play that citizenship game. Not at all. And I'm talking about from the wife, the kids, his dad, granddad. Man, y'all do not want to play that game. Yeah. Man, you're not, and the family wasn't even over here legally many times. The son wasn't even the little 9-foot Damien Omen child that they got now. The boy that's like a giant, but he looked like Damien Omen. Do you know that his mom at that time period wasn't even a citizen at the time period when she gave birth? Man, y'all better do some homework on Trump and his people, man. Y'all sit up here worshiping this dude, and y'all don't know what y'all talking about, man. That family is just as dirty as any other family. Yep. Yeah. You know what child I'm talking about, that little Damien Omen demon boy. Yeah, seriously, man. Dudes be sitting up there, oh, Trump. Like, man, listen, y'all better do some homework on that man and his family. Yeah. I've been telling people for 2 years, many were sitting in Congress. Congressmen and women have dual citizenship. Yep. He said the Trump family is no exception as well. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And ain't nobody gonna tell Trump to renounce his other citizenships. Y'all gonna tell y'all cult leader to do that? Come on, put it in the comment section. So y'all so advocate about, yeah, Congress should not have dual citizenship. Y'all gonna tell y'all cult leader that? Oh, you not? So Trump can keep both his, and his family can keep all theirs. His wife can keep all hers. Little demon kid, he can keep his. But everybody else got to give theirs up. So is it in the Supreme Court leaders, the judges, they got to give theirs up too, huh? They're already in office for life, so they got to give theirs up too, or they got to lose their position. Because if it hits the president, it's 3 branches of our government. If it hits the president, then it's got to be. If it hits the president, then it's got to be hit. I know y'all see the smoke back. That's the incense. If you hit the president, then it's got to be hitting hitting Congress. If it hits Congress, it's got to hit the Supreme Court. So Supreme Court leaders got to leave. See the questions that we present ourselves? So we already know it ain't gonna pass, man. For real, seriously. Yep. Oh man, yeah, he getting his paper, man. For a dude that was going broke, became president twice, man, shoot. Trump is getting, I ain't mad at him. He fleecing. Americans, hey, I'm gonna tell y'all something about Trump. If we dumb enough to go for it, get your money, player. I say get your money, player. If we was dumb enough to go for it, and all these dudes that's broke and can't rub 2 nickels together and voted for this dude, and he was broke and now he worth billions again, get your money, player. I ain't mad at you. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, right? Fool me once in 2016, shame on you. Fool me twice in 2024. Get your money, Trump. Hey, Trump, this is Andre talking. Get your money, player. Get him for all you can get, player. Hats off to you. If they was dumb enough to let you in again, hey, Trump, I ain't mad at you, dog. I said I ain't mad. If they was dumb enough to let you in again, get them. Get them, dog. I'm from the streets. Don't let these suits fool you. Get them, dog. They was dumb enough to let you in again. Get them. Get them. I ain't mad at Trump. He knew what type of country he was running for president in again. All he had to do was trick you people that ain't got a pot to piss in to believe that y'all gonna have a pot to piss in. And the only person that ended up with a pot to piss in is him and his family and his cronies. I kid you not, man. I ain't mad at Trump. If y'all ever wonder if he must be angry, not me. Fool, I realize, fool me once, shame on you. But he had the ability to fool y'all twice. That's shame on you. So if he get that money, he get paid, and he walk out of his presidency in 4 years, being worth $20 billion. I ain't mad at Trump at all. I ain't mad at Trump at all. He said, you showing biasness, Dre. He said, I got a lot of respect for you. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not pro-Trump at all. But I'm not going to sit back and act like our country had the opportunity to act like we had some sense in our head and we decided to run with Trump. Get it, Trump? I ain't mad at you, player. Remember, guys, I don't live in the States. I hold no cards on this poker table. I do this channel so you guys who are on the fence can make decisions regarding if you want to live in the States or not. But you'll never see me complain about Trump or what Trump is doing. Have you ever heard me complain? He's been in Congress he's been president for almost a year in January. You ain't heard me complain about nothing. You know why? I don't live there. I don't know your gas prices. I don't know how much a car is in the States anymore. I don't know how much your clothes are. Y'all, I watch TikTok and I see y'all complain. Personally, I don't know. I don't know how unhealthy your food is now. So I hold no biasness. I have no cards on this poker table. I kid you not, guys. So if you think I'm biased when I sit back and I say, get him, Trump, I'm not. But I'm not stupid. Dude, if I was a con man, I'm serious. If I was a con man and you allowed me to be president in 2016 and you saw me help only my people with tax breaks, rich people, and you saw how I behaved during the pandemic and I told y'all to drink Clorox bleach. I told y'all on camera to drink Clorox bleach. I didn't do anything for y'all during the pandemic. I let the next president handle that, right? Right? Let's be real. I put up a dumbass wall and people still made it in. I put up all that money, $9 billion, because I remember he shut Congress down. He shut the federal budget down, which was the longest shutdown at that time period, just to get money to build a damn wall with his name on it. Let's say it was Andre. I'm serious. Y'all saw how much I was a con man from 2016 to 2020. And y'all voted for me again? I'm going to take you for all you, and we talking about Andre. I'm going to take you for all you got. I'm taking you for everything. Everything. Trump, that's why I ain't mad at Trump. Y'all let him back in again. Y'all let him back in again. I ain't gonna sit up here and be mad at that man. Y'all let him back in again. Y'all let Biden back in again. You saw how Biden was as a senator. He wasn't no good for black folk as a senator, was he? Nope. What about white folk? He wasn't no good for white folks as a senator, was he? He was a senator since the 70s. When he was vice president, right? Was he any good? No. So you let him in as a senator, you let him in as a vice president, and you let him back in as a president? You let Biden back in as a president? You knew what you was. Shame you once, shame on me. But if you do it again, you let me back in again. Y'all let Biden back in more than one time. We knew that man was in his basement, retired. He had no plans on running for nothing. Everybody kept running him. Oh, Biden, we want you to run for president because you qualified. Nope. Nobody said Biden was qualified. Because you youthful. Nope. Nobody said because Biden is youthful. Why did we go and run to get Biden? Because we didn't want Trump to win again. We was hating on Trump. We didn't hire Biden because of vote for Biden because of his qualifications. We just hated Trump more than we liked Biden. And so our dislike for Trump got Biden in office. And look what he did. Him and his son made money. And then y'all let Trump back in. And guess what he gonna do? Make some money. So guess what you should do for the next 4 years? And I mean this. Guess what you should be focusing on for the next 4 years? Making money. Because anybody that's focusing on making money, Trump gonna look out for. But if you ain't focused on making no money, Trump don't care nothing about what you talking about. And I ain't mad at him because you let him back in. That's all I got to say. You let him back in. You can holler Democrats, Republicans, have fun with all that. But at the end of the day, I can't be mad at Trump, man. I'm serious. I can't be mad at him and we voted him back in. Hey, what? Yeah, messed up during the pandemic. Biden signed a crime bill to lock every brother up you can imagine. So yeah, man, seriously. So if y'all think I'm biased towards Biden or biased towards Trump, anytime we let these type of dudes back in again, I keep my mouth shut. Y'all let Biden back in again, knowing Biden wasn't no good for the country. You let Trump back in again, knowing that he wasn't no good for the country. And you think I'm supposed to be mad at Biden for getting his money or mad at Trump for getting his money? I ain't mad at these dudes. And if you do it again, you let another fool in, I'm going to look at you the same way. Get your money, player. It's a money grab. Y'all keep voting these same dudes in that's 109 years old, see now, and they getting their paper. So if you think that I'm biased towards Trump or biased towards Biden, no, I see two old ass dudes that found some suckers called the United States, and these two old dudes are fleecing us, all of us, for the finances that they can get for 4 years. That's what I see. Just in case you ever wonder what I see about the United States over the last 10 years, I see two old dudes that hustled us and scammed us and used us and tricked us and lied to us. One was a Democrat, the other was a Republican. And they both hustled us. And they both gonna walk out with paper. So let's look at it for what it is. It ain't no Democrat Republican thing. It's about we got hustled by two old dudes. And now you can sit up there and lie and be a Trumpeteer, or you can lie and say I'm with Biden. Doesn't matter. That's why they got y'all fooled. They got y'all fooled into thinking it's about the Democrats and Republicans. Man, them old dudes don't care about no damn Democrats and Republicans. As long as they can walk out with $3 billion, $4 billion, $1 billion. You think Biden walked up out of the presidency broke? Shh. Biden ain't walk out that presidency broke. Man, Biden and his son got so much money and so many deals and so many contracts. Biden got hooked up by the time he walked out. He ain't broke. Same thing with Trump. Trump was filing bankruptcies, going broke, lawsuit upon lawsuits. He was at the point that if I don't win this second presidency, we ain't gonna eat. And what did y'all do? Let him right back in there. And if you think Trump that created his own gym shoe, his own cologne, his own set of plates, he done sat up there and created his own do-rag. Trump done sat up there and created his own Trump frisbees. This man got Trump crypto. This man is scamming and hustling y'all to the he taking Biden blueprint. Trump look at Biden like, sure, if he can do it, I can do it. If Biden can hustle y'all and y'all ain't gonna do nothing about it, Trump say, I'm gonna come back in, I'm gonna hustle y'all too. I ain't mad at Trump. I am not mad at that man, because y'all let the same thing happen with Biden. Back to back, two old dudes hustled y'all. And the next dude gonna hustle y'all. As long as we as American citizens keep on complaining and blaming instead of doing something. We'll complain all day long. We'll blame all day long. But if we ain't gonna do nothing, these old dudes gonna keep coming into presidency, making money off of us and laughing on their way to the bank. Yeah, Trump watches, Trump satellites. The man and they got a wall named after him. The Trump wall. He's a businessman. We need a businessman as a president. How'd that work out for you? Oh, since Trump is such a businessman, how's that working out for you, fellow citizens? It's working out for you the same way it did during the Biden administration. Was y'all not broke during the Biden administration? Everybody looking for a job, like what the hell going on? Are we gonna be stuck in this? We're stuck inside for almost a year and a half. Did the Biden administration make you feel good? It didn't. Made Biden feel good. Biden walked up out of there with some paper. What about this administration with Trump? Did the food prices ever go down? No. What about the prices? Gas ain't go down either. He said he wasn't gonna start no wars. Why he got warships off the coast of Venezuela? He said, I am not gonna start no wars. This is not gonna be that type of presidency, didn't he? He told y'all that. Why he got warships right off the coast of Venezuela? Why did he try to start beef with Canada? Didn't he tell you he was gonna go over there in Ukraine and end the war in Ukraine? I thought he said he wasn't gonna do no wars. This dude is hustling y'all, dog. I don't know why y'all think being a president, you can't hustle people. This dude is taking a Biden blueprint and say, if Biden can make money off of these fools, I'm about to make money off of these fools too. So all that crying about Trump, man, please, I wish I would waste my time crying on that dude and I see a hustler, recognize hustle. I used to be in them streets. Trump's still in them streets. Biden was in them streets, walking like they in the streets, man. Them dudes street hustlers. No, why y'all think a dude put on a suit and he white that he must be right? Shh. Man, Trump, here's to you, bro. Get your money off them fools, off them dumbass Americans that sat back and voted for you again. Here you go, Trump. Biden, I saw what you did, baby. Get your money, baby. I ain't mad at you. If they was dumb enough to let you in from being a vice president and you wasn't no good at that, and a congressman and you wasn't no good at that, and then they actually voted you in as president, get your money, player. That's how dumb as us Americans are. We dumb enough to have a dude that's a failure as a senator, a failure as a vice president, and we make him president. He was sitting in his damn basement bothering nobody, watching reruns of the Jeffersons. Biden wasn't bothering. No, he wasn't trying to run for no office. He was just spending time with his grandkids. Here our ass go. We need you to beat Trump. He won and decided, hey, I'm about to hustle this country for some money. I ain't gonna just be sitting up here president for nothing. This job ain't free. And he hustled us. Biden hustled us. And Trump said, what? I hustled, but I wasn't that bad. I mean, in 2016, I hustled, but I ain't hustle y'all that bad. I just looked out for my boys who are rich. I gave them tax breaks. But I ain't hustle y'all. This go around, Trump said, I'll be damned if I walk up out of here broke. I'll be damned if I walk up out of here dealing with these. I don't care how many times you find me guilty of crimes. I'll pardon my damn self. He got found guilty of 39 counts. Don't matter. Y'all still voted him in. What y'all? What for? Why'd y'all even let Trump go to court for? Y'all was gonna vote him in anyway. Come on, man. These dudes hustling us, man. Yeah, so Trump is the same guy who trademarked his legal name. I ain't mad at him. A lot of people do that. Man, get your money, hey, Trump. You recognize some fools, I recognize some fools. I see what you're doing, man. And only a fool don't see what this man is doing. This is just an old school 3-card Monte hustle. Got y'all thinking that life gonna get better. Okay, how many of y'all dumb enough to think that your life actually gonna get better in the next 4 years? You got 3 years left with Trump. How many of y'all really believe deep down in your heart, other than the effort that you put in, let's take away all the hard work that you put in for yourself. I'm talking about as far as a government. How many of y'all really think in the next 3 years, the government is gonna make America easier to live in? I don't. I do not think that the U.S. government in 3 years is going to turn around all the BS that they have already presented to us over the last 10, 15 years. Since Bill Clinton was president. Remember, Bill Clinton was the one that we had a surplus of money. There wasn't no federal debt. We looking good. America #1. It was the .com boom. Everybody making money online. Life is good for Americans. Yeah, baby. It's the 90s. Hip hop, the golden age of hip hop. You got Diddy dancing all in the videos. 90s were great, wasn't it? You think you're going to get that back, huh? You think that this Trump, with this Congress and this administration, is going to turn it back and we're going to have a surplus? It's going to turn it back and we're going to have good prices and we're going to have Diddy dancing on the videos in the next 3 years. Man, if y'all don't get your ass out that country and stop imagining shit, y'all like John Lennon. You imagining shit. The only America you gonna see is the one that you imagine, like you John Lennon. Imagine all the people live. Yeah, babe. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Seriously. And I'm not, like I said, that's why when I start off, you guys were like, well, he must be coming at Trump. I'm like, Trump ain't do no different than Biden. The hell y'all talking about? These two old dudes hustled us. Y'all funny, man. Y'all funny. Shout out to Tevin in the building. Tevin says this. He said, ain't going to lie, Dre. He said, since Trump got back in the office, he said, my stock portfolio increased 1,800, absolutely correct, percent overall. He said, I'm in the green. Plus, he tells us what stocks to buy. That's another thing he does since February. Absolutely correct. If you, the only people that's fussing about Trump and Trump's money-making hustle plan is people that ain't focused on their money. You catch that? People that's not putting money into crypto, investments, stocks, all you day trading brothers. All you dudes, y'all ain't complaining at all. I ain't seeing none of y'all fussing and cussing. But the everyday average American that ain't trying to do nothing with their life, they ain't trying to come up with a new plan. They ain't trying to write no books. They ain't trying to come up with they ain't trying to go to class and get a certification. They ain't trying to do nothing. They trying to stay on that same job that they had during the Biden administration. Well, I've done this for 35 years. Those are the ones that are complaining about Trump. Mere mortal Americans the American farmer. They're complaining about Trump because that's all they ever did for 10 generations was farming, right? Which is nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is those that are business minded, and I've said this a year and a half ago, if there was ever an administration to make some motherfucking money, is this one. If you end this administration broke, and I mean this, if you end these 3 years in this administration and you in the same situation that you were in during the Biden administration, that's your fault. That's your fault. This administration centers around nothing but making money. If you making money, you get the deals, you get the breaks, you get the hookup. But if you're too busy worrying about all the groceries are so high and gas prices are going up, if that's all you focus on, you ain't gonna do good for these next 3 years. But all you do is focusing on your investments, I promise you, it's gonna, just like my brother just showed us, it's gonna pay off, bro. This is that administration. Far more than the 2016 administration. This is the one for any dude or any lady that's trying to get their hustle up. That's straight up. That's straight up, man. Y'all want to cry about regular everyday stuff. This ain't the administration for it. You want to cry about food? This ain't the administration for it. You want to cry about rent prices? This is not the administration for it. You want to cry about women's rights or gay rights? This is not the administration for it. This is the administration to make motherfucking money. And if you are not focused on money, okay. If you're not focused on that money, bruh, Trump and them don't care about your complaints. They really don't. I wish I could put it in another way, but I'm telling you, that administration. This is that. I kid you, Trump and them don't care nothing about your groceries, don't care nothing about your gas, they don't care about your grandmama medication, they don't care nothing about that. Trump and them are about that dollar. That whole administration, all of Congress, all of the House of Representatives, and the Senate, which is Congress, of course, and the president. All they care about is who gonna make money and who ain't. Facts, Dre. Better start investing. Yeah, that's all they care about. And if you're not focused on making money, they don't care about what you're talking about. Look at how much stuff that's going on with Medicaid, Medicare, and all that. You think Trump and them care about that? They don't give a about that. All they care about is how much money can be made. Do you think they care about all them people being thrown into prisons by ICE? Nope. All they care about is how much stock those private prison stocks are making money. That's all they care about. Man, y'all gonna quit sleeping on Trump, man. Y'all gonna quit sleeping on Trump. Let me go back to the video, man. Let me shut my big mouth. Get mad at that man because he hustling like Biden did. Okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Let me move myself out of the way and shut up.
Follow the money, follow the money, follow the money, follow the money.
I think that anybody who has dual citizenship should be removed from every position in government instantaneously. You renounce all citizenship and all residence in all other countries, and you are only in this country, and that's it. That you have allegiance to two countries at the same time, and you're a representative.
And I'm not sure what limitations it could have, but to enforce their own party internal workings, their members to be able to do that, yes. But in terms of striking and removing your citizenship just because you or have citizenship somewhere else, yeah, I mean, I understand what this congressman in Ohio was saying, that when I came here from Colombia, I got rid of, and it was my proudest day to, revoke and remove any connection to my other country, but there's no requirement. So it's good for you, but it's not good for everyone else. So good luck with passing this and allowing Congress to do this. and the Supreme Court to strike it down.
I know you said it would be DOA, but if it were to go forward, I mean, some of the brightest minds in our country, in the Carolinas, Khalif, are probably dual citizens. I mean, look at the research triangle. We got so many, that medical community and the work at Duke and others. What would that do to even just the job market?
Substantially diminish it. I mean, quote Elon Musk again, these individuals that come here are citizens from another country, come here to work because they're adding a benefit that we may not have at the time. So they're teaching, they're not just coming to work, they're instructing and giving their skill set to folks here so that we can learn. If you're now saying that you're going to have to make a choice, is what his words were, they're going to choose to probably stay at home because you're paying them a lot of money to come here to help.
And so enforcing this also for people who already have dual citizenship, very impractical, and it's retroactive punishment sort of, and that can't be legal either, can it?
I don't think any of this portion sounds legal. I mean, it's right now, I've said this a couple of times, we are, with President Trump's request is to be American first, and any of these nationalist type of ideas that's putting America first, it sounds great on paper, but in actuality, something like this is going to be hard to implement.
So there's a really good chance that you could be a citizen of another country and you don't even know it. 2 out of 5 Americans have citizenship in another country through descent. That's 40%, okay? So it's worth looking into. Here's how you find out. Sit down, pour yourself a glass of wine, grab your computer. What we're gonna do is we're gonna find a website that's free, like FamilySearch.org. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna plug in your name, and then you're going to put in your parents' names and then your grandparents' names. All the information you know off the top of your head, their birthdays, whatever. Other people who have already done their family trees corroborate with your family tree, and you're going to find out where your grandparents are from, your great-grandparents, and so on and so forth. This is where you find out that your great-grandparent was born in Canada, or depending on how close you are with your grandparent, you find out they were born in Ireland, or what have you. If you find out you have someone who was born in another country, then you're going to Google search citizenship through descent of the country that your ancestor is from. Every single country has different rules. Some countries stop at grandparents. Others are more forgiving and go to great-grandparents or even beyond. Then from here, you're just going to have to fill out the forms and find the documents to prove your lineage. You send in your packet of all your information. You become a citizen of that country. It gives you the option to live and work in that country if you ever wanted to. And really, at the end of the day, isn't it just cool to say, I'm a dual citizen? I'm really passionate about talking about this stuff because not a lot of people know about it, and I find it really fascinating. I hope that you do too. Let me know if you found this helpful and if you found out anything about your family tree and where.
Will the U.S. end dual citizenship? Senator Moreno of Ohio introduced the Exclusive Citizenship Act of 2025, which states that if a U.S. citizen does not renounce any foreign citizenships within 1 year, they stand to lose their U.S. citizenship. Now, I understand this must have many of you worried, especially dual citizens out there, but I want to raise a couple of important points about this. There's several legal, constitutional, practical issues with this bill. On the legal side, for example, it requires that the renunciation of the foreign citizenship happen through the U.S. Department of State. That's impossible. Only the foreign government can do that.
True. You cannot make, once again, guys, for those that weren't here earlier, you cannot force a person to renounce citizenship of a country, which is the U.S. Department of State can't tell you, you have to give up your Italian citizenship. Only Italy can do that. You have to give up your Chinese citizenship. Only China, by law, U.S. law, can do that. You've got to give up your Colombian British citizenship or Jamaican citizenship. The U.S. State Department can't do that by law. They ain't got to go to court for this. That's the law. Only the country in which you have your other citizenship has the right to inform you that you have to give up your citizenship of that country. America can't do that. And in reverse, another country cannot tell you to give up your U.S. citizenship. This is another reason why this won't pass.
On the constitutional side, there's a Supreme Court case, the Afroyim versus Russ case, which protects U.S. citizenship and essentially states that only the individual U.S. citizen can voluntarily relinquish their U.S. citizenship. Congress cannot take someone's U.S. citizenship because you have a 14th Amendment right to be a U.S. citizen. And in addition to that, there's many practical issues with this bill, such as all these U.S. citizens who would lose their citizenship would be subject to the exit tax, which would be a complication for the IRS to handle. So the bottom line is there's quite a few issues with this bill. I've recorded
I did not even think about that. The exit tax. For those that don't know what the exit tax in the United States, once you give up your U.S. citizenship, there is a fee to pay. If I'm not mistaken, right now, the fee to give up your U.S. citizenship is all debts in the United States have to be paid off. So any type of credit cards, any type of you owe a traffic ticket, everything's got to be paid off. Back taxes, that's got to be paid off. Also, I think the fee is $5,000, if I'm not mistaken, for the exit tax. Just imagine they got a tax to kick you out the country, and it's $5,000. So not only would all these people have to pay off their debts before leaving the United States, not only will they have to pay off their tax debts before leaving the United States, there's also a fee of $5,000. I think it's still $5,000 to give up your U.S. citizenship. You can't just say, I'm giving up my U.S. citizenship. No, there's a fee to pay. And there's some requirements. And paying off all your debts is one of them. He's absolutely correct. I forgot about that.
a long video on this that I've posted, but if you have questions, comments, post them here and I'll do my best to record more videos. Thank you.
This literally could have saved me 8 years of visa-related headaches had I done this sooner. I so wish I did this sooner. I'm applying for Polish and Lithuanian citizenship, even though I live in Belgium. There are two main paths to becoming a dual citizen, by descent and naturalization. Citizenship by descent is typically when your grandparents or great-grandparents were citizens of a certain country and you can reclaim their citizenship based on your ancestry. Naturalization is a process where you live in a certain country for a certain amount of time and you integrate well enough to become a naturalized citizen. Typically, citizenship by descent is a quicker process, taking a few months rather than several years. The reason I'm so interested in Polish or Lithuanian citizenship as a foreigner living in Belgium is because they are both EU member states, and so is Belgium. This is what people are talking about when they're talking about becoming an EU citizen. Becoming a citizen of one EU country gives me the right to live and work visa-free in any EU country. Also gives me the right to family reunification, which means that my family still living in the US can apply to join me here. However, unfortunately, in 2025, 5 different countries in the EU have restricted or entirely canceled their citizenship by descent paths, which may unfortunately signal a trend in that direction for other countries as well. That's why I'm doing this now. The first thing you need to do is just find out the requirements for qualifying. If you go on citizenship.eu, it can help you figure out exactly where you might qualify and get you connected with local experts to help with the application process. Both of my grandfather's parents were citizens of Poland, and my grandmother's father was a citizen of Lithuania and left during Russian occupation. In both cases, through my great-grandparents, I'm allowed to reclaim their citizenship. If you have any intention of living in Europe at any point in the future, it is so worth exploring this option.
The United States doesn't care if you're a dual citizen with another country or even citizen.
Okay, I just looked it up real quick, and the cost is no longer $5,000 like it was when I first left the United States. The cost now is only $2,350. The $2,350 fee is non-refundable and must be paid as your announcement appointment. You got to make an appointment with the U.S. Embassy or consulate. So let's say you're in Colombia. You go to the U.S. Embassy in Bogota or the consulate's office. You pay the fee of $2,350, of course. There are other things that you have to make sure that legally your taxes are taken care of and so forth, as I spoke about before. But in 2025, the fee to renounce your citizenship at the U.S. consulate or embassy in any country, including back home in the States, is $2,350.
of 3 different countries at the same time and keeping your U.S. citizenship. It's other countries that sometimes give you a problem. So, for example, Japan, you can't be a dual citizen between Japan and another country. You gotta choose U.S., Japan. Germany, if you're going to naturalize to become a U.S. citizen, you gotta get permission from Germany to keep your German citizenship. So you have to look to the rules of the country where you're a citizen of before you naturalize to become a U.S. citizen to see what their rules are for dual citizenship. For the U.S., they could care less.
This is my American passport and this is my Chinese passport, so that means I'm both an American and a Chinese citizen. But then you're probably like, Grace, how is that even possible? Because China doesn't actually recognize dual citizenship. And the best way someone has ever described my situation is that it's like having 2 boyfriends that don't know each other exists. But to elaborate on my citizenship drama, I am an American citizen because I was born and raised in the US, so birthright citizenship. And then I am a Chinese citizen, which I guess this is not technically a Chinese passport. This is what it's called a travel document, which growing up, I didn't really know what the heck this was. I just knew that basically if you're an American born Chinese or if you're a Chinese person abroad, if you want to go back to the motherland, the Chinese embassy issues you a travel document instead of an actual like visa. And I just assumed that they were like the same thing or at least similar because I used this to get into China, not an actual visa. I didn't really know what this was until this year when I learned that if you are a carrier of this travel document, you are by Chinese nationality law a Chinese citizen. If you're an ABC that wants to study abroad in China, do not make the same mistake I made. How did I find out about this? Well, I was actually trying to study abroad in China this semester as an exchange student, and the program that I was doing was only for foreign exchange students. And I was like, well, I'm an American citizen, so obviously I'm a foreign exchange student. But then when I went to try to get my student visa at the Chinese embassy, they told me I could not get a student visa because I'm a Chinese citizen, so I don't need a visa. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I am born and raised in America. And they're like, well, you hold this document, which is a travel document, and by Chinese law, if you're a holder of this document, you are a Chinese citizen, so you cannot actually get a visa to enter China. And I was like, okay, what do I do? Because I was literally scheduled to study abroad as a foreign exchange student, but I found out like a month before the school year actually started that I couldn't actually go to China to study because I had this. I was desperate, so I was trying to find all ways to figure out how I could potentially still get that student visa, and they're like, well, you need to revoke your Chinese citizenship, which by the way, I never even knew I had. Again, I was born American citizen, and I just didn't think that this would make me a Chinese citizen because China doesn't allow dual citizenship. So basically, America recognizes you as an American citizen because of this, and then China recognizes you as a Chinese citizen because of this, but then they just mutually pretend that each other don't exist. So if you want to study abroad in China, but you hold this document, make sure your exchange program accepts more than just foreign exchange students. They accept Chinese citizens too, because you are technically a Chinese citizen with this document.
True or false? You can hold dual citizenship as a naturalized U.S. citizen. This is true. You can have dual citizenship as a naturalized U.S. citizen. Although the language in the U.S. citizen oath ceremony does say that you are pledging allegiance only to the United States, the U.S. rules do allow you to maintain dual citizenship. What you need to be aware of is your country of origin's citizenship requirements. Some countries will automatically revoke your citizenship if you become a citizen of another country.
But they're giving folks that have dual citizenship, if this passes within the language, a year to, to revoke your other citizenship. But you got to think about it. The reason you have dual citizenship, maybe you have another parent that was born in another country, and you want to be able to take and appreciate some of the benefits that come with being a citizen of both. That's allowed. Now to say you can't because somehow you should remove your citizenship here. Well, if you were born here, if you were born to an American parent, you're a citizen. Mm-hmm. So you're actually a citizen in both. That's going to be a problem, which I think constitutionally will be struck down. Retroactive punishment, unconstitutional as well. There'll be a number of problems with this.
Again, our chief legal analyst, Conley Rhodes, weighing in on this for us. And again, the congressman probably knows this, so the question is why even submit it in the first place. But Khalif, thank you for that.
Queen City News Plus. Just search Queen City News on your smart TV's app store.
So I'm scrolling and I saw this guy, this black American guy, talking about leaving the country, fleeing the country. We don't flee. And I was on Leo's Spell, shouts out to Leo, his live last night, and I heard another woman, a black American woman, saying, oh, maybe we should all collectively leave. Why the fuck would we leave a country that our ancestors, literally the soil that they're buried on? Why would we leave a country that they did so much hard work and toil to build? Why would we
want to say something to black folks in America. I want y'all to hear me closely too. Did not the Irish build Ireland, but yet many of those left? Did not the Nigerians build the beautiful cities that we see in Nigeria, yet many of those left? What about in Colombia? Did not all these Colombians and Venezuelans throughout history have ancestors buried in the soils of Colombia? And many of those live in Spain now. Colombians live in Portugal now. Colombians live in the United States, and Colombians living around the world, huh? How is it that every other culture around the world knows that they built their country and their ancestors are buried in the land of their homeland, but when it's time to relocate for a better life, every other culture knows how to relocate, but black folks? Black folks is the only one that will use that excuse. Our ancestors built this country. It ain't a country where somebody transferred from where their ancestors didn't build that country too. You got Russians that live all around the world, and their families and their ancestors built Russia. Germans everywhere, and they got ancestors that build Germany. That lame ass excuse that we keep using day in and day out. Thank you. Mexicans around the world with ancestors going all the way back to the Aztecs. I think it was the Aztecs or the Incas. I think it was the Aztecs. And yet they have no problem with packing if they need to, and relocating to another country. Only black folk in the United States is still using that my ancestors BS to stay stuck. Hey, black folk, I want to say something to y'all. If y'all scared, just say you scared. Black folk, if you scared to leave and you don't know nothing about the rest of the world, just say it. But stop using our ancestors and the fact that we build a country as an excuse, because the Canadians can use that same excuse when they go to other countries. The Africans, all 54 countries, they can use the same excuse. All 12 countries over here in South America, they can use the same excuse. That lame excuse that we keep on using, man, is getting tired. Thank you guys for reminding me it's the Aztecs. But you know what? This the funny part, Mr. Gilmore. I've heard black people say this for years, even before I left the United States. I hear even some military guys, shout out to my military brothers and sisters, stop using that excuse because you defended the country that you ain't leaving the country. I'm not leaving this country. I'll put my life on the line for this country. Wait a minute. Do you think that the U.S. military is the only military on the planet? There are people that have left Colombia that were in the military in Colombia. There are people that have left Brazil, moved to other countries, but were in the military in Brazil. That lame excuse that we American military, I have to put my life on the line for this country, I'll never leave her. Use a different excuse. I'll never leave America. The Canadian, everybody, not Canadians, they ain't really done that, but many countries have had soldiers, ex-soldiers living all over the world. That lame ass excuse that y'all use talking about, I put my life on the line for this country. And how has it treated you, ex-military? Did you get all the rights and all the benefits that you thought you was going to get, or do every? I have met very few ex-military that still ain't had to fight. What do you mean by that, Dre? I have met very few ex-military that once y'all get done fighting overseas, you got to come back, fight for this benefit, fight for that benefit, fight for this benefit. Y'all got to talk to your fellow military commanders and military brethren to say, hey, I can help you out with getting your 100%. I know you at 80%. Y'all still got to fight. You got to fight for better medical. You got to fight for Congress not to turn on you. You got to fight for Congress to give y'all the amount of money that y'all really need to take care of yourself. You got to fight for your GI Bill. You got to fight for, y'all been fighting. Dude, when y'all sign that piece of paper, it's funny for how y'all sit up here and brag about how you put your life on the line for the country. That same country, you still fighting. It should not be how our ex-military who have put their lives on the line, male and female, have to celebrate once you get your 100% disability. That should have already automatically been a given. It should have been automatic in many cases. So all that sitting back and dude. Only we in America talking about I put my life. I ain't going nowhere. I put my life on the line. I lost my leg in the war over there for them. Same thing with brothers talking about something. I ain't moving to another command. Listen, I put my life on the line for America. I love America. Ain't nothing wrong with that, brother. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna say that again. Nothing wrong with that. But don't be talking crazy to us that decided to leave. You decide to stay and eat that ragged ass food. You decide to stay and deal with the medical services. You decide to stay there. I think sometimes Americans get mad at other Americans that decide to leave and y'all fleeing. Man, forget what you talking about. Y'all flee America. You didn't stay. How come every other country, when they leave, when things ain't going right, they're immigrating. They're transitioning. They're building a new and a better life for their future and the future of their families. But if we leave America, you a traitor, you a hater, you a traitor, you a fleeing, you're weak, you're a coward. I'm a coward because I want to have better food at the age of 58. I'm a coward because I want better medical at the age of 58. I want to have more supportive women or supportive woman in my life at the age of 58. I'm a coward because I didn't stay in the United States and deal with what y'all dealt with during Trump, the pandemic, Biden, the post-pandemic, and the hell y'all going through now. I'm a coward because I left that bullshit. You see how crazy it sounds? The reason why I paused this and I brought this portion up, don't let anybody shame your decision whether you want to stay in the States or whether you want to leave the States. Don't you let nobody shame you. I won't shame you for staying, and I won't shame you for leaving. A lot of us have solidified reasons for why we stay in the States. Family, friends, finance, and in some cases, fears or worries. And I understand it. We got responsibilities back home. But that does not, those of you who have responsibilities back home, that don't give you the right to shame those of us that left. And all that ancestry bullshit y'all try to sell us, everybody that leaves and go to another country have ancestors buried in their homeland, and that ain't stopped them. Come up with another excuse, black people. And I mean that. Come up with another excuse, because that my ancestry and we built this country bullshit. I used to say that dumb shit too. We built this country. We shouldn't leave. If it wasn't for us, da-da-da-da. If it wasn't for us, da-da-da. I used to believe that bullshit too, until I started looking at other countries and how they moved. And I was like, wait a minute. If it wasn't for the Colombians, Colombia wouldn't be what it is today. If it wasn't for Brazilians, Brazil wouldn't be what it is. We all could say that excuse. If it wasn't for us, we all can use that excuse about our country. But all the other people know, if in order to have a better life, I might leave Brazil and I need to go to Portugal. Or I might need to leave Poland and go to Lithuania, even though all my ancestors are in Poland. Nobody else is using that lame ass excuse talking about their ancestors bullshit. Even the African brothers and sisters ain't talking that. And if they need to move from Kenya to South America for a better life, guess what they gonna do? Move to South America, and they gonna be talking about that my ancestors built Kenya. If it wasn't for my ancestors, Kenya wouldn't be what it is today. Blah 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 blah. They don't do that shit, do they? They just pack up their shit. Whoever want to leave, they leave, and don't nobody shame them. Only we as black people shame somebody for getting the fuck on. Y'all funny, man. Y'all funny. That ancestry bullshit, man. Y'all keep, and hey, I'm telling you, you keep on harping on your ancestors that ain't around no more. Your ancestors probably sitting around thinking like, God, I wish I'd have left. Did you ever think about that? You ever think about your ancestors like, man, I should have left. Shout out to No Excuse. In the building, my brother Rob. He said the U.S. is still my home. Absolutely correct. He said, why I relocated overseas or not. Absolutely correct. U.S. is still my home whether I relocate overseas or not. But it's not my only home. He said, I would never denounce my citizenship though. I'll tell you the only reason that I wouldn't renounce my citizenship. You ready? It ain't got shit to do with Andre. Bruh, I've been going outside the United States so long. What part of my citizenship have I used? Riddle me that, Batman. Driver's license? Nope. Medical? Nope. Political? Mm-mm. The roads? Mm-mm. I've been gone 8 years, almost a decade. What benefits am I getting from my citizenship? Name one thing. I can't name one. Voting? I vote for stuff that I'm not even going to be there to use. I'll say that again. I vote for stuff that I'm not going to be there to use. I keep my citizenship for the choice of my children and my children's children in case they want to move back to America or go to school in America. I keep it for them. So if y'all think I'm keeping my citizenship from, if I knew in my mind I wasn't gonna have no kids, I would have no problem with sitting back and say either I keep it or I don't. If you want the truth, the reason why I keep it for me, the smidgen that I keep it for me, seriously, A, to say that I'll have two dual citizenships. I want that bragging right. I do. B, to go visit my family. Other than that, I don't know why y'all sitting around thinking that I'll be sitting around like, yeah, if it wasn't for me, no. And I love the United States of Detroit. I'm a Detroiter through and through. Detroit for life. But at the end of the day, I don't get no benefits from being an American citizen. None. It's going down because people don't like us around the world. I gotta whisper, I'm from the States. I used to be like, I'm from the States. Now I'm like, I'm from the States. I'm serious. And some of you guys that are living in other countries, you're going to start living in other countries long enough, and you're going to sit back and ask yourself, what have I personally benefited in the last 5 years? For example, let's say you got somebody that lives in Thailand, Richie Mack. Other than what he has back home, his family and his property, when he's in Thailand, what U.S. benefit is he using while in Thailand? Some of you brothers in Kenya, you got Austin Holloman in Kenya for like the last 3 years. What U.S. benefit that he's used while in Kenya? Some of y'all don't never want to admit that part, that when you leave, if you're gone, there are people I'm in the expat group on Reddit. Dude, my little measly ass 8 years, and this people that's been going out the United States 27, 32, 51 years. Their U.S. citizenship is like a novelty to them. Like, I ain't been back in the States in 16 years. Man, I'm listening to these stories, man. These people like, I ain't been back in the States in 16 years, or I ain't been back in the States in 30 years. I ain't back. They just got citizenship just to have it, just like something you put on the mantelpiece. Like, hey, look at your house. I see you got a lot of citizenships on your mantelpiece. What's that? That's U.S. citizenship? Yes, let me blow it off. Yes, I used to be in the United States a lot, so I just put my U.S. citizenship up there. That's how it is. And it's kind of odd how us U.S. citizens think that it's something wrong with the fact that how dare you say that about America? You don't. You do not use your U.S. citizenship while you in another country. Okay. You get robbed and drugged in Medellin, right? Bam. Wake up 2 days later. How many of us heard something good that the U.S. Embassy did for somebody after they got drugged? I'll wait. You got drugged. We hypothetically, somebody we know got drugged, not you. Somebody we know got drugged, got robbed. He's in the hospital. He wakes up. He reaches out to the U.S. Embassy. When was the last time we heard anybody say some good news about the U.S. Embassy did for them after they got robbed and drugged in Medellin? I'm waiting. You can put the story in the comments. I ain't no hater. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't harp or hang my hat on my U.S. citizenship as much as I did when I was in the U.S. If I was living in the U.S., yes, I'm reaping all the benefits of my citizenship. But the longer I'm out, and I'm just giving you guys a head up, the longer you're out, the more you realize your citizenship is basically for your kids now. Let's be for real. So your kids can use it just in case they want to. I know my ass ain't going back. So we didn't get that conclusion a long time ago. So if y'all ever wonder if Drake, man, let things fall apart in Colombia. Bet you it won't be going back to the States. Bet that. It's too many countries to go to other than Colombia. And the U.S. ain't one of them. So I'm serious. I've already came to the peaceful conclusion at the age of 58, my citizenship is going to be a gift to the next generation in my family. A gift to the next generation. So if they want to go to college in the States, if they want to start business or get business loans, or they want to do whatever it is, go to the States, get married. Whatever it is, whatever the next generations want to do with my U.S. citizenship, I leave it in the hands of my next generations. But as for Andre, I don't get shit from it. My U.S. citizenship ain't paid no bills. Well, you get the currency. Okay, let's talk about, let's use that. You get the U.S. currency. Okay, we can work with that. You do realize that there are ways around to be able to use the U.S. dollar and you ain't got to be a citizen. Right? So at the end of the day, I wish I could put it any other way other than currency. Other than currency. So let's give me one thing. Let me have one benefit. I get to use the currency, which is slowly going down like this. Last year, the US dollar was 4,500 pesos to $1. Now it's 3,700 pesos to every $1. US dollar is going like this in Colombia. Now, when I came here, it was only 27. I came here when it wasn't even 3 to 1. It was like 2,600 when I came to Colombia. So I'm not panicking like a lot of you dudes. Oh my God, the US dollar is not as powerful as it used to be. I'm like, shit, it wasn't that powerful when I got here. I'm gonna tell y'all something. If the Colombian pesos was just 2 for 1, if it was just 2,000 to 1, I'm still ain't taking my ass back to the States. I still get a 2 for 1 discount. No. I am FSM he say, Dre, you think you better than US than us black citizens? No, I don't. Not at all. Don't care to be. And I know you're being facetious, but I don't think I'm better than anybody else. I think because I'm so analytical that I see things without emotion that a lot of us Americans, we're known for. Like everybody around the world, no matter where you go in the world, people are emotional about their nationalities and in their country. So I'm not just saying it's just an American thing. But what I am saying is, if you look at it from the rational point of view, those of you who are outside, I'm giving you a tip. Those of you who live outside the United States, the longer you live outside the United States, the more you're going to notice that you don't use your U.S. benefits other than currency. Now, military brothers, you guys are different. You guys are a different breed. I'm not talking about you guys. But us mere mortals without superpowers, well, as time goes by, you'll see your U.S. citizenship just sitting on the mantelpiece. Yeah, I put on 4th of July, I put on a red, white, and blue t-shirt. And yes, I'm already giving a shout out to Detroit, but there'll come a time where it'll be 30 years since I saw Detroit. There'll come a time when it's been, other than conclave and maybe visiting family, it'll be 25 years before I actually lived in Detroit. Just think about it. When the 25-year mark hit for me, 25 years I hadn't officially lived in Detroit, lived in America. 25 years I haven't used the roads, I haven't used the medical, stop signs, stop lights, buses. I have not used anything in America. The police, fire department, EMT, hospitals, Congress. I haven't asked my city council. I haven't used the city council. My governor. I don't even know who my damn governor in Florida is. My senators, my state senators. I don't know who them dudes are. I used to know everybody. I don't use any of them. And all you dudes that are living in other countries, you don't use yours either. See, I'll sit back and I'll admit it and talk about it, but you guys don't use yours. If you're living in the Philippines, you ain't using your governor. You ain't using your, when last time you, tell me the name of your state senator right now in the comment section. You all in Thailand? You don't know your senators and like that, like you really used to know them. You might know them by name, but not as far as what they're doing for the state. You used to know everything that they were doing for the state. Now you ain't keeping up with them day-to-day stuff that's happening in your state like that. You are not sitting back and you living in Taiwan or Malaysia and you complaining about the price of a hamburger in the United States. You ain't doing that. You ain't all in Malaysia talking about some damn hamburger getting expensive in the States. I can't tell you how much hamburger is in the States. See, when you come, I'm telling y'all something. When you come and watch Love Crossing Borders, y'all notice something about Andre. I pull the curtains back for y'all. I think that's a blessing, but I think that's a flaw that I have too. I have a habit of grabbing the curtains and pulling back and let y'all see the magic trick. I haven't forgot about you guys with the Cash Apps either. Shout out to you guys who are donating. I try to let you guys see relocation with the curtains pulled back. I pull back the curtains, and it's not just the fun part. It's not just the, hey, I got a citizenship. It's, hey, I'm married part. I try to pull the curtains back and let you guys see what the true experience of relocating to another country is like. And I'm telling you, as a relocated person, you will, as time progresses, you'll notice that you don't use your city. You know what? We vote almost like, let me have some fun. We don't vote like y'all, like, man, listen, I'm tired of these bills, man. I'm gonna go ahead and vote for so-and-so because he said he go check. I don't vote like that. I don't vote because of gas prices. I don't vote because of medical. I vote because it's my right to vote as a citizen. And here we go. My ancestors did die for my right to vote. So I vote to respect my ancestors and my right as a citizen to vote. But as far as the pressure of who I vote for, I don't feel that shit. I did not feel no pressure about Biden. I mean, about Kamala. I didn't feel no pressure about Trump. I don't feel no pressure about state senators. I didn't feel no pressure about the House of Representatives, or Congress in general, the Senate or the House. I don't live there to feel pressures. And that's why I say I pull the curtains back and let you guys know that in a few years of living in another country, you're going to notice you don't feel the pressures of the United States anymore. And when you vote or when you talk about topics, I talk about topics because this channel, like I keep saying, is dedicated to the men and the women on the fence. I don't care about U.S. citizens that have decided that you're going to stay in the States. Cool. I don't care about the U.S. citizens who have already left the States. You gone. This channel is dedicated to you guys and ladies who are on the fence of whether you want to leave or stay in whatever country, U.S., Canada, UK. If you're in a country and you're right on the fence of should I leave, I try to show you the benefits of relocating outside of any country. That's what Andre and I try to do. Our job is to talk to the men and women on the fence. And so a lot of times I pull the curtains back and let you see before you leave your home country, do realize certain things will take place over time. You can't tell me that there are Irish dudes that live in New York that are stressed out about what's taking place on a day-to-day basis in Ireland. You can't tell me, you Jamaican brothers, you cannot tell me, even though you were born and raised in Jamaica, but if you lived in the United States for the last 20 years, do not tell me that you stressing on the everyday activities that's taking place in Jamaica. No, you ain't. You're concerned, but you ain't stressing. I'm concerned about my home, the United States, but I ain't stressing like I was in the United States. And some of you guys, well, he's not right. Okay. Maybe you lived outside the United States longer than I have, but I have yet to see any of us that live outside the States stressing about what's going on back home. We got other things to think about. And the last thing we're thinking about is what's going back home. I kid you not. We show concern. We keep our home country in prayer. We keep y'all lifted up. We cheer on the United States because that's our home country. But at the end of the day, if y'all thinking we stressing with y'all, anybody that's traveling and living in another country and they tell you that they stressing about the United States, even though they haven't lived in the United States a couple years, they are lying to you. We don't stress about what's going on back home. Hell no. You think I'm gonna be living in Malaysia? You think I'm gonna be living in Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Japan, China, Mongolia, and I'm gonna be stressing about what's going on 6,000 miles away? No. Half the time we be like, oh man, that's sad. Y'all want the truth? I'm giving y'all some straight truth. We be like, oh man, that's sad, man. That's messed up. Turn our little TV off, grab our little, let's say I'm in DR, grab my Presidente beer and keep on sipping. My Presidente ain't gonna get cold with me, get warm. It's gonna be cold. I ain't gonna be sitting up there worrying about what y'all doing in the States. Oh man, I wish I was there to do something. No, you don't. Maybe for family, but the rest of it, I ain't never seen none of us go back to the States and enlist in nothing. I'm gonna say that again. I've yet to see the expat that do a video talking about, I went to the States because I'm an American and I'm going to enlist and I'm going to or volunteer or I'm going to help. I'm going to do my part. I went back to America to do my part. Did you ever notice that after 9/11, it wasn't nobody coming back home to do their part? A flood of Americans have just come back to the United States after 9/11 because they wanted to do their part to help the country. We're here to interview some of those people. That never happened. That never happened. American citizens that was outside the United States after 9/11 were the same ones that was outside the United States before 9/11. They'll keep us in prayer. They call home and make sure everybody was all right. They may have donated to some families in New York, but they didn't come back home, did they? Wasn't no flood of American expats coming back? Not at all. You know why? Because it doesn't impact us anymore. And so if you plan on living outside the United States, I want to say something. This is serious. And a lot of these dudes are not going to tell you behind the curtains. The longer you're away from the United States, the less it's going to impact you. Just like when I was living in Florida, the longer I was away from Cleveland, San Francisco, Detroit, Chicago, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, Detroit. The longer I was away from the cities that I hung out in and grew up in and experienced, the less I was concerned about the day-to-day activities of those cities. And I still love and brag about Detroit. And I see it trying to grow and prosper. But day-to-day activities of Detroit, we just got our first female mayor. Right? We just got a first female mayor just about a month ago. I'm happy for us. Ain't got shit to do with me. I'm really happy for us as Detroiters. But day-to-day activities ain't got nothing to do with me. I think I'm the first person to really come on camera and just give you guys the breakdown of the mindset of an expat when it comes to their home country. Sorry. I wish I could make it seem like it's, yes, we're out here and we no, we ain't like that. No. We barely keep up on the music, fellas. We barely keep up on the music. We can't tell y'all what's on television. We barely can tell you what movie has come out in the United States. We're too busy living new lives in these new countries. That's what my point is. We're too busy living new lives in these countries to sit back and look in the rearview mirror on what's taking place in the United States. Seriously. I wish I could put it a different way, guys. I really realize this. What I just said over the last 20 minutes tonight will not be acknowledged until you are out of living in another country, maybe by year 5, year 6. If you still live in the United States, what I just said over the last 20 minutes, you won't get. Some of you will. Some of you will be like, nigga, please. Ninja, please, right? And I get it. I didn't say what I just said for the last 20 minutes for you to get it today. I said it because because I know you're gonna notice it in 4 or 5 years. That's why I said it. You're gonna notice it in your 4th and 5th or 6th or 7th year outside the United States, how distant you are from the day-to-day impact of your home country. It doesn't impact you anymore. Oh yeah, James. We're gonna be talking about that next week. But yeah, shout out to all you guys, man. I kid you not, but I wish I could think like this sister, you know, my ancestors, but you love your family back home. You miss, you know, certain little things, ranch dressing and going to a football game, but other than little mediocre things, you don't see us going back. They used to, when I left the United States, there were 8 million expats. Now there's almost 10 million of us. And I'm talking about expats that ain't never going back. I ain't talking about some visiting another country. I'm talking about people that's like, I am not going back. 10 million of us and growing. And growing. So I hope the little information that I just shared was helpful, but I think it's going to be helpful in a few years for some of you guys. I think it's going to be helpful in a few years, but as for now, some of you guys might not get what I just said. Like, what are you talking about, man? I'm always being down for my country. I didn't say you were going to be down for your country. I said that you will not be impacted by your country as much as you're impacted by your country right now. Shout out to all you brothers. Let's go back to the video.
Leave a country where mostly everything around you they invented. Why would we leave a country that literally has our blood, sweat, and tears in it? Why would we leave a country that everybody is trying to flee to? The math don't math. They always stood up. They stood 10 toes and they fought the good fight. We are our ancestors' wildest dreams. We have more resources, believe it or not. We are smarter. We have access to more information. We have channels in which we could communicate to each other on opposite ends of the country.
And we are in the worst case scenarios than we've ever been as a community, as Black people. We own less of our own communities than we did way back when, during our ancestors. Remember, during our ancestors, we own this, we own that, we own this. Now there's a percentage of us that own this and a percentage of us that own that.
Why would we leave? This is our home. Everybody keep trying to make it seem like Black Americans are immigrants. We're not immigrants. People also try to make a joke like, oh, y'all ain't got nowhere to go to. Bitch, why do I need a place to go to where this is where I'm from? Where I'm going to go to Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia. This is where I'm from. We need to get that shit out of your brain. Why would you leave your country? Your ancestors did not build it up and fight for you to have rights and fight for you to have a voice so we could just leave. No, we have to pick up the torch and keep moving forward. Spread love is the Brooklyn way. I'm not leaving. I don't see any other country that I would ever want to live at.
Did she give a shout out to Brooklyn? Spread love is the Brooklyn way. Shout out to her and her tatas.
Now, travel to, of course, vacation, yes, but live, no. Like, we literally have deserts here. We have mountains here. We have tropical terrains. You go to South Keys, Miami, you feel like you on a fucking island. We have all different types of climates here. Each state is different culturally. People speak differently. They carry themselves a little differently. It looks different. Why do we need to leave?
That's a good point. If you're vacationing, you can find every type of scenario to enjoy in the United States because it's such a huge country, and many of our states are the size of some countries. So why would you leave? If you're vacationing in the United States, why would you leave? Here's the kicker. 10 million people aren't vacationing. We're relocating. She's selling it as if it's a vacation package. Some of you guys have gone to some of those vacation package seminars and network where they be like, hey, this vacation timeshare events, and they try to sell you the timeshare that you can use, any time of the year, different parts of the country. What those meetings or events that I've been to, they're trying to sell you the timeshare, right? That's what she sounds like. And she's correct in everything she's saying. She's selling you a great vacation package. But here's the problem. Those of us that's leaving don't need a damn vacation package. It's easy to sell the shiny things about our country. It's easy to sell the shiny things about any country. France. It's easy to sell Paris. UK. It's easy to sell London. Canada. It's easy to sell Toronto and the open land. And so we all sell, for the most part, most of us sell the beauty of our country. But then when the cameras go off, we got 100,000 complaints about our country. The same country that we said that's so amazing on camera, them cameras go off, we cussing and fussing about everything. Food, groceries, medical, all the hours we gotta work, no vacation time like you really need it. America's one of the few countries in the world where we brag about not having used vacation time. Man, I got 57 hours of vacation time left in December. I got 24 hours of vacation hours left. I got 17 hours of vacation time left. I forgot what the stat is. I think it's 9 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Americans leave 9 billion with an alien vacation hours on the table every year. She ain't gonna tell you that. She ain't gonna tell you work, die. She ain't gonna tell you that part. She gonna sell America as a timeshare, like most countries sell their country as a timeshare. I'm not saying America is all bad and doom and gloom, but what I'm saying is not all rainbows either. There's a balance.
You could just pick a different state. Spread love is the Brooklyn way. I'm not leaving.
As a proud American, this is why I would never move out of America. One, I'm American as AF. Okay? American as AF. Now, I've been to 46 countries and I've never went to no country in my life where I was like, oh, I would move here.
You know why? It's obvious. And this is not a trivia pursuit question. Most of us know why. And I'm gonna give you a hint as I say this. Most of us know why a single Black woman, independent, would not leave America after being in over 40 countries? The answer to the question is because don't no men in none of them countries want to deal with a black, independent, you can't tell me and my weave nothing woman from the egotistical, loud United States. Every country most black women go to, they're supposed to visit. There are very few black women that are built for relocating. Very few. They can't blend in to say, I went to this other country, I found love, well, he found me, and we have a happy family. A few that happen to, but not that many. They take their butt right back home to the States. Why? Because men in the States will tolerate state behavior. But men in other countries, the 40 countries that she went to, she knows ain't nobody gonna tolerate a woman of her behavior pattern, which is like most Americans. She's not just an individual. I'm talking about most American women. Most men ain't trying to deal with that. Most men will smash an American woman just to say, yeah, I had this American chick, I smashed her, to have a tale to tell. But to actually say, I'm about to wife one up, man, y'all don't wife black women up in the States in general outside of black men. Who wifing up black women in the United States? White dudes? Less than 3%. Asian dudes? Less than 1%. Latin dudes? Right around 1%. It's us brothers. If these sisters from the States want to get married, of course they ain't leaving the United States, because the only mother that's gonna marry them is a brother from the United States. African brothers ain't marrying American women in masses like that. You don't be seeing them Nigerian brothers in Atlanta, they were smashing American women and trashing American sisters. You ain't seeing Nigerian brothers in masses marrying sisters from the States. And I'm not talking that green card talk. I'm just talking about behavior. The only people that tolerate African American women are African American men in general on this planet. So she is not stupid. She's 100% correct. She should never leave the United States except to go visit some countries. That's it. And I mean that for most of our sisters. I know some sisters that are in very happy relationships and married personally that I know that are here in Colombia in amazing relationships. So I'm not saying that it can't happen, but that's not the norm. Most sisters, yes, they can get 100 stamps on a passport, but marriage, ain't none of them Italian boys put no ring on it. You say Caribbean men is not, a Caribbean man is not wifing up American women neither. And you brothers everywhere. So when she says this, guys, hear what she's not saying. Don't just hear what she's saying. Because we watch enough passport cis videos to see how much they're crashing and burning in other countries, and then they run back to the United States after they've crashed and burned in Ghana, crashed and burned in Morocco, crashed and burned in Panama, crashed and burned when it comes to relationships in Colombia, crashed and burned in Brazil. And then they run back home to the States where nobody know that they crashed and burned. And they like, I'm back to the United States because I love the United States. No, baby, you back to the United States because you ain't got nowhere else to go. Yeah, Afro-Latina man, not true. Yeah, even the Afro-Latina brothers, they don't smashing them, but they ain't booing them up. When the last time y'all walked through Cartagena and y'all saw like at least 4 or 5 sisters booed up with the Afro-Colombian brothers? I live in Cali, right? This is the second largest black populated city in all of South America, right? If all these sisters is coming down here for the festivals and living, how come I ain't seeing a whole slew? Like when I walk through the malls, I don't see no African American sisters with Afro-Colombian dudes. No. I think I've seen it once or twice. I kid you not, bruh. So if you think that you just gonna come to a black city and you think that they automatically coming here, bruh, these Afro-Colombians, he's right, the Afro-Colombians, they don't mess with these sisters like that. They got their own fine ass sisters. Why would they get with our fat ass African American women when they got these sexy Afro-Colombian women that they can choose from? Right? Why would they get with our American women that can't even cook instead of get with a sexy Afro-Colombian that can cook, that can be supportive, that can have his lineage? Why would they get with our women that's talking about, I ain't gonna have nobody's baby, I already got 3 babies back home? Why would these Afro-Colombian dudes do that? Why would the Brazilian brothers do that? Shh. Man, y'all better stop. Yeah, okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
I would visit, but I would never leave America. And I talk plenty crap about America. But one thing about it, I love being American. I'm just way too Americanized to move to any other country. Like, I complain about a lot of stuff, but to me, America is the best country in the world. You know, I know it's gonna ruffle the people's feathers, but I just feel like America's the best country in the world.
If I was a black woman, bro, straight up, if I was a black woman from the States, I feel just like her. I would feel just like her. Kid you not, bro. If I knew that the whole world didn't fuck with me, think about it. I want y'all guys to sit back and think about it. If I knew as a black, let's say if it was the opposite, and it was how black men couldn't find no love in any other country as a black man. Let's say it was the opposite, and the African American woman, she could go out and find love, but the African American man, he couldn't, right? He couldn't find love. Let's put it in that scenario. Instead of me being a woman, let me still be a man, right? Check it. I would talk just like her. I'd be like, as a black man, I ain't never leaving America. This would be my spot, man. I ain't never going nowhere else. This is it. I visit another country, but I ain't never going to. If I was in that scenario and nobody fucked with me in another country, and anytime I went to another country, I got fucked over for the most part. And maybe a few brothers got married, but none of us found no love. Every time we went to a country, it felt like somebody was throwing a shoe at the back of our head because nobody was dating us. Nobody was mating us. Nobody was marrying black men. I would feel just like she does. I would take my happy ass back to the States because I'd be so frustrated because didn't nobody want me around them. I would feel the same way. But since it's not like that, black men ain't got nothing to worry about. They love us everywhere. We ain't gotta worry about it. You say the black man experience around the world isn't the same as the black, absolutely correct, but the black woman around the world. We are not the same. We are not the same. Yes, sir. Let me not harp on this. Let her say her piece.
Now, every country has its faults. Don't get me wrong. But I love having freedom of speech. I love being able to get on the internet and say whatever I want to say about whoever I want to say, whether that be the president, any type of government official, and nothing will happen to me. And a lot of people in other countries cannot do that. Traveling to countries when I was in Asia for a month and country hopping, traveling in.
I knew I was going to let this go, but check it out. She said that one of the freedoms, and I hear men say this too, one of the freedoms that we have as Americans, we can talk about our politicians and nothing is going to happen. We don't have to worry about being arrested because we open up our mouths, or we're not censored like in China, and blah, 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 right? What has opened up to your mouth done for you on an average day in the United States? Could y'all tell me that? We ain't talking about going out voting. We're not talking about going to your city council meeting and talking to your city council. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about people that really go out there, grassroots people that go out and speak to politicians to make some changes. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you average, everyday, ain't never been down to the city council meeting Americans. You ain't never shook hands with a senator and talked to him or somebody from the House. You've never. Dude, in my phone, I still got the White House on speed dial. You can leave for your state representative. You can leave a voicemail. I still got mine in my phone. I could grab my phone right now, call and leave a message for my state senator. We ain't talking about people like me that actually are out there doing. I'm talking about regular Americans. You say you got the right to speak. What has that done for you? Seriously. Other than me getting off my butt and really going out there talking to senators and city councilmen and mayors, if I wasn't doing like literally doing it, my little regular everyday complaints while I'm drinking a beer ain't do no different than the dude who lives in China that ain't got the right to speak. We both ain't got shit. You see where I'm going with that? We both ain't got nothing. If I'm just a regular American sitting around cussing and fussing about the president, but I ain't willing to do nothing about it, you ain't no different than the regular dude in China that ain't got no rights. He ain't got nothing, and you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing because you ain't gonna do nothing about it. He ain't got nothing because he can't really do nothing about it. So what is your ability of being free to speak has done for you? Come on. I'm not talking about all you dudes that really did something, that really has gone out in the community and make some changes. Shout out to all you dudes. I'm talking about regular ass everyday Americans. What your ability to speak, what has it done for you? Nothing. Because you ain't done nothing with it. You just talked. And I guess in America, we just want to have the freedom to talk. I just want to have the freedom to complain. I ain't gonna do shit. I ain't gonna help nobody. I ain't gonna volunteer in the community. I ain't gonna do nothing, but I'll talk. I want the freedom to just talk shit, but I ain't gonna do shit. That's America. You want the freedom to talk shit. China doesn't have the freedom to talk shit, but you ain't gonna do shit. Yeah, okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Stayed in Africa for a month and country hop. I realized like I could never move here. Like I could never move there. The fact that I get to vote for laws and policies and who holds a government official title and stuff like that, and a lot of other countries don't have that privilege. I like having that. And I know a lot of y'all be moving to other countries be like, oh, the cost of living is so much cheaper. I don't give a damn. I don't care how cheap it is, baby. I'm not moving there. Yes, people like, oh, it's so dangerous in America. Really, now, lo and behold, I do feel safer when I go to other countries than I do in America. But, baby, I got God covered. I'm covered by the blood of Jesus. Once I pray and walk out this door, I'm good. I don't worry about nothing. Because if it's my time to go, it's just my time to go. So all y'all people like, oh, America, this or that. Like, now if I'm talking to another American, I can talk about America. But if I'm talking to a foreigner in another country, baby, I'm going to ride for USA. Like I said, I'm very well traveled. I've been to 46 countries. Next month, I'm going to 3 new countries that I've never been to already. But guess what? At the end of the day, I'm coming back to America. I love having an American passport. And that's just period. A lot of stuff we have access to, a lot of other countries don't have access to. Now, lo and behold, if I had to move to another country, even though I am pro-black, I would have to move in a country that's westernized. Very much so, because I'm westernized. So that probably would be like somewhere in Europe. Even though, another thing, other countries feel like AC is not a necessity. It's a privilege. It's a necessity. Free water, free clean water is a privilege in other places. It is a necessity, okay? And how other countries, they always be like, oh, Americans are so lazy. They're so privileged. They're so selfish. They're so self-entitled. Yes, all of that is true. All of that is true. All of that is true, especially for me, baby. I don't even deny it no more. Because it is. It is. And I like it. I'm sorry.
When y'all be saying y'all hate America, where the fuck is y'all going? Like, is y'all finna go build another country or something? Because everywhere else is damn full. So unless we going to go build another country, where is y'all going? Because when y'all go anywhere else, y'all gonna get treated way worse, especially being black. So where is y'all going? Jamaica? Then y'all be saying crazy places. I'm finna go to China. Girl, I'm not going over there. I mean, I love my Chinese people, but I'm not going over there. No. I'm not going nowhere where they have like difference of opinion as far as religion. They don't respect our English. They don't respect my skin color more than I get treated. Worse than I get treated here. Have you seen the prisons in those other places and what they will lock you up for? Child, I love America. Where y'all going? If anything, you should be going to Jamaica or something. Go to Jamaica. I love Jamaica. I travel about by myself all the time, but I never travel to any place that don't have those top 3 things.
I'm thinking about renouncing my American citizenship, and here's why. 1. I never use it. I haven't lived in the US since the 90s and haven't used my American passport since I became Canadian. I'm also Taiwanese and Dutch, and my life is in Europe. 2. I still have to file US taxes every year, even though I don't live there. The US is one of the only countries that chases their citizens around the world for taxes. I don't have to pay anything yet because I don't make enough, but I might one day. 3. The US is currently $36 trillion in debt, and if they already chase their citizens around the world for taxes, who knows what they'll do when their debt holders come to collect.
I have no intention of ever giving up my US citizenship, largely because I do feel American still, always will, and I want to vote to make my country better. But I also believe in dual citizenship. You can 100% be a person of more than one country. The only issue is, America has an insane tax code where you are taxed at the full rate even if you no longer live in the United States. It is one of the only countries in the world that does this, and it's incredibly stupid. So while no, I've accepted I will retain it so I can vote to try and move my country left and better and more.
So if you can buy a U.S. citizenship for $5 million, can I sell mine for $5 million and get the fuck out of here?
Hey, what's going on? Quick question. Would you sell your citizenship for $5 million?
Now, you just heard all these Americans talking about, I'll never leave. America's the greatest country in the world. I'm never going anywhere. It's the greatest country and the greatest of all great countries, right? Right? I brought this 5 million back up because remember earlier this year, when Trump came out with the golden ticket citizenship for $5 million, and Americans was like, I'll sell mine. Oh, y'all must have thought I forgot. All y'all Americans that brag about how wonderful American is, y'all will sell that motherfucker just as fast for the right amount of money. Some of us were like, I don't take that much. Just give me 100,000. Just give me 50,000. Man, you can have mine for a cool meal, bro. I don't need the whole 5 mil. I remember that. Y'all forgot that y'all think Andre's stupid? Y'all must think I'm Tom Tucker, that dumb mother, right? Y'all think I'm Tom Tucker, that dumb mother. Yeah, I remember earlier this year when all y'all was on TikTok talking about something. I sell mine. I would sell mine. All y'all, my country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. I love America. Y'all talking all that I love America stuff. But if somebody offered y'all the right amount of money, y'all sell that citizenship in a New York minute. Talking about I love my country. You love your country until the right price come along. Yeah, she talks too much for real. He said, I don't want to come home to hear a big mouth. Oh, hell no. You say sell it for a Big Mac. For real. Shout out to D-May in the building. With the $5 love. D-May said she will still love America so much if Sugar Daddy stops sending her money to travel. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Shout out to Winifred. Winifred says this. He said they don't respect her loudmouth black women trashy ways. Absolutely correct. You know, Zeta in the building. Shout out to Zeta. He said America is so good, but trading millions of jobs to other countries like China. Last time I checked, absolutely correct. He said, I'm selling mines $20K. Now 30K later, U.S. citizenship for sale. Just in case you guys want to know, we can always reach out to Dave. Julian says this. He said, he said, you think I'm Tom? Yeah, that's one of my mama old lines. My mother used to sit back and say that. My mother used to catch you in a lie. Boy, you must think I'm Tom Tucker, that dumb mother. No, ma'am. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You think I'm crazier than a crab trying to cross a crooked cock. That's what you think I am. You think I'm crazier than a crab trying to cross a crooked cock. If you don't get your butt in that room, boy, get your butt in that room. He said, give me $5 million. I want the whole fever. He said, I want the whole fever. Give me the $5 million. He said, the sister who got arrested in Dubai for yelling at a man, for real. Great example. Absolutely correct.
5 meal tickets. 5. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Me, hell yeah. Let me go ahead and get that, boss. Let me go ahead and get that. But would you sell your citizenship for $5 million? Because I could think about 5 million things I could definitely do differently. Or not. But what about you? Let me know in the comments.
You know what? I don't know why it doesn't work with my account, my stateside account, my Zelle. I don't know what's going on, but just hit me. We'll talk tomorrow. I'll hit you up on WhatsApp tomorrow. I mean, I do have PayPal too, but just hit me up tomorrow. Check this out. He's gonna ask this foreign woman about would you move to another country?
But would you sell your citizenship for $5 million? Because I could think about 5 million things I could definitely do differently. Or not. But what about you? Let me know in the comments.
If you don't think it's the greatest country, if you could have a one-way ticket to any country and citizenship upon arrival, would you take it?
Any country you want.
Any country in the world.
I'll leave just tomorrow.
Yeah, but you would have to trade your citizenship with whoever's.
Yeah.
You would do it? Which country would you choose?
A couple.
So he asked her, would you trade your citizenship with the citizenship of another country? Even trade. Check this out.
Canada, Switzerland, Japan. I would go to Ireland for sure. There's a lot of places. There's small ones I don't know all the names of.
I feel like just like a job, there's shit everywhere.
Right.
But at a certain point.
If you're living abroad, it's most likely that you don't owe the United States taxes if you're set up properly. So I suggest you get set up properly and file your yearly taxes, because not paying your taxes could have consequences you're not prepared for. So let's.
He said that wrong. and I'm going to let him talk, but he said it incorrectly.
Let's talk about it. Now, I've already covered if you make under 130K, you qualify for the Foreign Income Exclusion Act. So while you can exclude up to that threshold and pay nothing, you still have to file your taxes. But that's
now he corrects himself. He's 100% correct. As an American citizen, if you live out of the United States for 330 days of the year, you often heard me say this and talk about the exclusion. It's at 100 for this tax season for 2025-26. It's $130,000. As long as you make less than $130,000, or your first, let's say you make $180,000, your first $130,000 is excluded. It's tax-free, zero. But you have to file taxes. So we as U.S. citizens do have to file, but 98% of all expats don't owe taxes. Why? Because most expats don't, just like most Americans back home, don't make $130,000. So most expats are under the threshold. So most expats file, but ours is tax-free because we don't cross the threshold. On top of that, we get for our income another 18% of our $130,000. So another, let's say that 18% adds up to be like $36,000, $37,000. That means for my utilities, tax break. My anything I have to pay on the car insurance, U.S. tax break. Anything that I pay for as far as taking care of myself, rent, food, all of this is part of the tax deduction that I get on top of $130,000, up to 18% of $130,000. This is another reason why 98% of U.S. expats don't owe any taxes, even though 100% of us need to file. So it's basically just paperwork for us. And it increases every year. I mentioned this before. When I first came to Colombia, the tax break was $102,000. Because it increases every year, it's up to $130,000. These are tax breaks that you don't get. You got to pay taxes. We got to file taxes. You have to pay taxes. We have to only file taxes. So he's 100% correct. Let's finish off what he's saying.
federal. What about state taxes? Well, you don't live in a state that has state taxes, correct? I made videos on how to keep a U.S. address. Services like iPostal. You'll want to make sure that that address is in a state like Florida that has no state taxes. Now we got you covered under federal and...
Correct. He's absolutely correct. He's 100% correct. Since my last state was Florida, and you can register yourself to be in other states that are non-state tax states, I don't owe any state taxes. Why? Because I'm registered. My last place of registration is Florida. It's Florida the last place. And as far as I know, Florida, Texas, Nevada, and a bunch of other states, South Dakota, tax-free.
In state, if you make under 130K, you should owe nothing, but you do have to file. Now, higher earners, you may qualify for other exemptions, but you still, again, have to file. And if you do owe, and you decide not to pay, after roughly $62,000 in debt, your passport can be revoked. You clearly need that.
Don't forget that. Your passport can be revoked if your IRS tax debt supersedes $62,000. He's correct. Oh, Washington State as well. Thanks, Charles. If it exceeds $62,000, once you get it back under $62,000, you get to use your passport again. I remember I told you guys I was in a I'll answer that in a second. DJ. I remember, I just mentioned that I'm in the expat group, one of them on Reddit, and so I saw when it was tax right around now, tax season coming up. I'm looking at all these expats like, man, I ain't filed no damn taxes in 10 years. I ain't filed taxes in one was 20 years. So I hit her up. I was like, girl, you ain't filed taxes in 20 years? She was like, Andre, no. But what blew me away was this. She said, when I went back to the States and I filed my taxes. Now, mind you, this woman hadn't filed taxes in 20 years. You think she going to prison. She wasn't a special woman. She was just had been living in Europe all these years. And she was like, man, damn, file them taxes. I don't live in the United States anyway. And I'm looking at all these American people telling me, I ain't filed no damn taxes. And I'm like, what? And she said, when I did go back to the States, she said, I went back to the States about 5 years ago and I stayed there for like a year. She said, I hired an expat tax accountant. And she gave me the information, right? And I've been using them ever since. And so she said, because of all the tax breaks that we get as expats, she said after 20 years of not paying taxes, true story, she said the tax accountant working with the IRS and all those tax breaks that I gotten all throughout all the years that I was gone. You know what that woman tax bill was? $500. Let y'all back in the States not have paid taxes for 20 years. You know your tail gonna owe way more than $500. But expats, we get so many tax breaks. So many. So I'm not an advocate of don't file your taxes just because I saw all them people on Reddit doing it. But what I am saying, bruh, y'all just do not know how many benefits we get. I filed my taxes, dude. Since I've been here these 8 years, I ain't owe United States no taxes. I owe United States paperwork, file my taxes. And then here's the other kicker. We don't owe our taxes until June 15th. We get an automatic 2-month extension. Expats don't owe in April. If we file in April, cool. But we get an automatic, you ain't got to do nothing for it. It's just automatic. June 15th is our tax day. If you want to file for an extension, your extension date is October 15th of that year. If you need a second extension, you just file a paperwork and your extension goes to December 15th. That means a person that's an expat in 2024 could extend paying their 2024 taxes, or at least filing, to December 15th. You try that as a U.S. citizen living back home. Go on, try that. Go on, try to pay your taxes, your April taxes in June without filing for an extension first. Y'all got to file for extensions. We automatically get one. Man, there are so many tax breaks when you don't live in the United States, man. It is crazy the amount of tax breaks we get. Shout out to my brother with the yen. He said, yes, sir, absolutely correct. He said, I have an accountant that does my taxes. He said, I pay taxes after I file my, he said, I pay taxes. And after I file my taxes, he said, I get it all back. Boom. Even from my military retirement. Shout out to you, Ronald. Shout out to you. Dudes don't never want to believe me. They be thinking, I'd be like, man, gotta be a trick to it. No, the trick is you don't live in the United States over 330 days of the year. It doesn't have to be consecutive days. It can be broken up days. But if you're not in the States for 330 days of the year, at least broken up days, man, ain't nobody, we ain't, man, please. That woman owed $500. Aiken, $500. I couldn't believe it. But because she had so many tax breaks for 20 years, she never made enough money to hit the threshold of tax owed for 20 years. So when it was time to pay taxes, she said, Dre, I only owe $500. Now I don't understand. I don't know how it works in regards to your retirement, but it doesn't matter the career itself. You could be Indian chief, the butcher, the baker. It doesn't matter the career. The career doesn't impact. Realize Ronald was saying, he mentioned the military because you have to realize the anybody that's in the military, they're a special type of case or circumstance. But even then, their situation is somewhat like ours also. They file the same tax form. But us that have regular everyday jobs, such as you retired from a government job, such as the police, or retired from the fire department, all that, you get the same tax breaks I get. Man, if you just leave the states just for the taxes, if you just sit back and say, man, I'm due. So Dre, you telling me if I make less than $130,000, if I keep myself under $130,000, I don't owe no taxes. You don't owe no taxes. You file your tax form, and just like my brother said, you get your money back. Or you don't owe nothing at all. You ain't got to file. You ain't got to put up for nothing. I don't know why we as expats don't know this. They don't tell us this as citizens. Hey, fellas, I didn't know this until I left. So I'm about to sit up here and act like, yes, I always knew this. No, I didn't. Most American citizens do not. Do you know how pissed most Americans will be if they knew that those of us that leave the United States are living tax-free lives? Do you know how pissed? When I was in prison, 10 years in the feds, right? Right around year 7, they stopped the program for prisoners to be able to get Pell Grants to go to college for free. You know why? There were so many complaints from American citizens hating on the fact that prisoners could get a master's degree for free, that Congress voted on it and shut down. That's why that's when prisoners were no longer able to go to the they took all the gym equipment out, couldn't exercise. Who are you prisoners to be healthy? Who the hell are you prisoners to be healthy? Who are you to get an education and rehabilitate? And they took out, right around 96, 97, they took out all the Pell Grants. So all those prisoners that was trying to work on educating themselves and change their lives before they got out, American citizens hated so motherfucking bad that those dudes were changing, those ladies were changing their lives. Y'all ass got it shut down, and that's why prisoners in there acting a damn fool now. If American citizens knew that us 10 million expats was living rent-free around the world, man, you motherfuckers will fuck up a soup sandwich. Y'all snitch about everything. Y'all be calling y'all senators, congressmen, the president. Y'all be calling Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. Did you know that they were getting tax-free benefits for 10 million? Why don't we get those benefits? How come they get those? They're not special. Why come? Shh. That's the one thing I can say about expats. You visitors, you travelers, you talk too much. You're on social media and you're telling all your business. Us expats, we don't talk that much. That's why y'all only hear it here and on a few other YouTube channels. But other than that, most YouTube channels with expats, that live in other countries, they ain't telling y'all shit about no tax breaks. Cause y'all will fuck up a soup sandwich. Y'all sit up there and snitch to the president, snitch to Congress. We should change the laws. Expats should pay some taxes. And it increases every year. We get it just like the military get the cost of living increase, we get one too, but ours is the tax break. So every year, so like next year, it could be like 132,000 or 137,000. So if you make less than 137,000 going to 2026, 2027, it could be like that. It goes up every year. I remember it went I remember when I came, it was $102,000 tax break. Then it went up to 105, 108, 112, 115, 121. So it doesn't go back. So we get more and more and more and more. It's getting higher. And if y'all Americans knew the tax break that us Americans were getting, y'all will fuck it up. And I know y'all, we hate on each other in America. That's one thing I can guarantee. We some fucking haters. We can't stand to see the next man win. Damn right, Dre. Americans do not know how to keep their mouths shut. Expats do. We don't tell y'all about our blessings. Thank you, babe. We don't tell y'all about our blessings. Hell no. Hell no. We'll tell you. Notice that this channel is dedicated to those that are on the fence. And so we just try to give you another benefit of relocating. But when I'm back in the States, I don't talk like this. I don't be dude. I'm back in the States, quiet as hell. I go back to the States, they put me on a stage, I talk. When I come down on that stage, I mind my own business. I don't be walking around talking about, man, y'all Americans crazy, y'all ain't getting no benefits, blah, blah, blah. I keep my mouth shut. Keep my mouth shut. I'm not about to go through all that mess. Let me get a shout out on the Cash App to all you brothers that donate to the Children's Cancer Foundation. Give you guys a shout out. Shout out to my man Obadiah with the $5 love. Shout out to Black Scorpion in the building as well with the $10 love, and Blade Runner with the $5, as well as my man The Dark Knight with the $10 love. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Appreciate you. It's saving lives out here. Yes, sir, man. I'm trying to let brothers know. We're going to continue on. They're going to share more information. And we'll have my man Ronald was here also to help confirm. Shout out to Ronald. So remember, for the most part, we have to file taxes, but most of us don't owe taxes. We got too many. We got like 7 layers of benefits. I'm going to say it again. I just named off one. There are 7 layers of benefits that we get. Shout out to AMSM. Thank you for reminding me about that, brother. He said, Andre, same here. He said, I didn't file a couple of tax returns. I finally found them. He said, now I gotta reach out to the tax relief to get the amount that I owe lowered. Yeah. Yep. It's not hard to do. There's nothing that we're doing special tricks. It's not a hookup. It's just the laws. It's just the tax laws, man. So this brother is absolutely correct.
For traveling abroad. Not to mention they could levy your U.S. accounts like banks or brokerages, or enlist foreign governments if you're staying in a friendly nation. So if you focus on tax avoidance and filing, you'll be fine.
The American dream that you're looking for is not in the States, it's actually overseas. And the nice thing about living and working overseas is that they pay for all of your bills and all your expenses. I've lived and worked in Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea and never had to worry about bills at all. And the best thing about working for American companies instead of foreign companies when you're overseas is that your first $125,000 a year is completely tax-free.
Now, this goes to show you how this video was made in 2024. She said the tax break is $125,000. That was the tax break of 2024. going into 2025. Now going into 2025 into 2026, our tax break, just one of the 7 levels, is 7 levels of tax breaks that we get. 130,000 this year. So that lets you see when she made this video was in 2024.
And I know that seems like something that you're not going to be able to get to, but when you work for these American companies, most people on average are making at least $130,000.
She's just a gay girl. She's really smart, man. Her channel, man, I think she's at 300,000 subscribers. She is really, really good when it comes to tech jobs and government contract work. She started off with government contract work in her early 20s, man. I mean, and she is doing big things, bruh. Big things. I got to give it to her. Shout out to this sister. She was doing tech around the world when brothers wasn't even up on it like that.
So imagine you have 6 figures in the bank every single year. Your food is paid for, your car is paid for, your housing is paid for, and they give you about $2,500 a year just to travel. So if you want to look into getting into overseas jobs, make sure you follow me for more tips. And I'm having a free live workshop. I'll teach you step by step exactly what you need to do.
U.S. expats get $120,000 a year in income.
Yeah, this video was made last year too.
Tax-free. The foreign earned income exclusion is what allows this.
Let me bring that beat back. That's the name of our tax break, the first tax break. Right here.
$8,000 a year in income, tax-free. The foreign earning.
That's what it's called. The foreign, that's our first level. Our first level. I forget her name, man. I won't even lie. I'm going to have to look her up. Give me a little bit of time while we're watching this, and I'll look up her channel and I'll pull it up. Some of you guys know her channel, but I'm going to take some time and look her information up. She's all over Instagram, all over TikTok. The tax break is called the foreign earned income. Yeah, she is. A lot of guys that watch her know she is a monster. Shout out to Big Brother in life. That's what the tax break that we get. The first level is the $130,000 tax break. It's called the foreign earned income tax exclusion. That's the one that increases every year.
Income exclusion is what allows this reduction of taxable income. Married couples get $240,000 tax.
Now married couples get, I think it's $260,000. Yep, it's $260,000. Married couples get a $260,000 tax break. That means as a couple, just think about it. If a couple doesn't go over, a married couple, didn't say which one was making the money. It could be her, him, or both. A married couple, as long as they don't go over $260,000, it's tax free. We're not even talking about like I said, it's 7 levels of this thing. We're not even talking about the 18% that you get on top of that for your rent, your utilities, your mortgage, your taxes that you may be paying in another country, and or whatever, your payments that you're paying on your car notes. All that is tax free in the United States on top of the $130,000. Or if you're a couple, $260,000. Man, y'all have fun in the States, though. Have fun in the States.
57% of U.S. expats say FACTA is the top concern with living abroad, which requires stringent reporting of foreign bank accounts. 34% of expats contemplated renouncing U.S. citizenship to avoid taxation. 85% don't feel represented while living outside the U.S.
Correct. 85% of us don't feel represented out because we don't use, and it's not a bad thing that they're saying. They're saying, hey man, we're not being represented. Taxation without representation. It's somewhat like that, but most of us realize we're not taking advantage of any of the things that the everyday American is taking advantage of. We don't take advantage of the railroads. We don't take advantage of the everyday cops. We don't take advantage of the school teachers. Our kids are not growing up in American schools. Why would we pay taxes on buildings that our kids don't use, the community centers, right? That's what they mean by the 85% of us that say has nothing to do with us. Only thing that we use it from America is our passport and the currency. That's it. Simone Bees, thank you very much, brother. If you could do me a favor, big brother, could you drop the link to her YouTube channel? She's really good, guys. I mean, she really, really is good. Especially you guys that are graduating from Theo's class, you definitely want her YouTube channel in your arsenal. Thanks, brother.
This article has an extensive FAQ section answering questions such as, do expats in Mexico pay taxes or retirees?
The U.S. actually pays you up to $130,000 to leave. Here's what I mean by that. Unfortunately, the United States is one of those countries that tax you for having a passport. Doesn't matter where you are. The only other countries that do that are Eritrea and North Korea. Not a great list to be on, but here's why it doesn't actually matter. So there is something called the foreign earned income exclusion, right? Not credit, exclusion. And what that means is that if you can pass the bona fide foreign residency test, right, which you can if you obviously are a bona fide foreign resident, then the income you make is excluded from U.S. taxes up to the first $130,000 that you make. So do you have to file? Yes. Do you have to pay? No.
Do Americans overseas still have to pay U.S. taxes? If you're a U.S. citizen, you're taxed on your global income no matter where you live. For example, I have U.S. citizenship, but I live in the Netherlands. Even though I have to file U.S. taxes every year, I don't necessarily have to pay anything, and here's...
Did you hear? You just heard the brother say that, right? Even though he has to file, he doesn't owe anything. The other brother said, even though he has to file, he doesn't owe anything. This young lady just said the same thing. Even though she has to file, she doesn't owe anything. That's exactly what I've been saying for the last 4 years on this channel. Even though we have to file, as long as we're out of the country 330 days of the year, we have to file, but we don't owe as long as we don't go over the thresholds.
That's why. There's a number of tax provisions to help alleviate the tax burden for Americans living overseas. The three main ones are: 1. Foreign earned income tax exclusion.
That's the one that I was just talking about.
If you live abroad and make under 120,000 USD annually per person, you don't have to pay income tax to the US. 2. Housing cost exclusion.
Now, the number 2 that I was talking about, the housing cost exclusion, that's the one I was telling you about, that you get up to 18% of the $130,000 on top of it. So 18% of $120,000, let's say it's $37,000. You get to use that whole $37,000 to get tax breaks. In other words, for your rent, your utilities, your food, or whatever it is, whatever the housing costs, your insurance, whatever that is, you get a tax break up to, let's say, $37,000. Big brother, so I've been trying to post the link, but I don't know if it appears. I don't see it. Do you guys see the link? Let me see if let me pull up the video that we're watching. I don't see the link either. Nope, big brother, I don't see the link either. It didn't post. But let me see. While she's talking, I'll see if I can do it.
In addition to foreign earned income, you can sometimes exclude or deduct housing costs such as rent or utilities. 3. Foreign tax credit. If you pay taxes to a foreign country, you can get a foreign tax credit to avoid double taxation. And if you're not sure about your situation, definitely talk to an advisor. And remember, even if you don't owe taxes to the US, if you're an American citizen, you have to file a tax return every year, no matter where you live.
Veterans can't afford America anymore. We're the ones that went out there and fought for the American dream, and yet less and less of us are living that. You can live like a king with your military benefits abroad, or a queen if you're a female veteran or a Navy veteran. Moving abroad takes your life from impossible mode in America to easy mode. Everything you want to need to know as a veteran moving abroad is in my book, Veterans in Paradise, The Veterans Guide.
before he goes any further for the veterans, shout out to my man John. I've got John's number. I got to schedule an interview with John. I got his number. I was supposed to schedule it last year. I'm going to see if I can get it done for us either this month or next month. He lives in Medellin now. He used to live, when he recorded this, he was living in DR. So here's Simone has 2 channels. So I'm going to drop the link to the second channel. Give me a split second. She has one major channel I just dropped the link to, and she has another channel that she just started. Her first channel is, she's at 100 and I thought she had 300, but she's at 109,000 subscribers. Shout out to Simone. And she interviewed tech people. Yeah, she's doing good. So let me drop the link to her second channel. Make sure you guys subscribe. Like I said, if you guys are into getting jobs and being overseas and living overseas or government contract work, she is the channel.
To Moving Abroad, which is on Amazon. But because my mission is actually help veterans, I will send it to you for free because you deserve a life you can afford. You deserve peace and you deserve to heal after the military. Sometimes you got to get on a plane to do that.
I saw a comment that said the real American dream is moving out of America. And honestly, I felt that with my soul because it's wild how we were raised to believe that living here is the best. But really, moving abroad sounds a lot more peaceful. What do y'all think?
They have discovered something that most Americans have not yet realized. That this concept that is so unachievable in their own country is more attainable in another country. And I'm not just talking about it from a money perspective. Don't get it twisted and think that I'm talking about because you have money and you live abroad, you can live the dream. No, there's so many more elements to this. The biggest piece for Americans that move outside of America is the peace of mind. And that's something that you cannot put a price tag on. And I think is a big part of truly living the American dream. All of these things that are so much more better in other countries, and Americans that move abroad are realizing this.
The new American dream is to leave. And I'm not just talking about living abroad and earning American dollars and taking advantage of the exchange rates. I'm just talking about living a life of dignity at this point. I mean, where else in the world is anyone paying this much for healthcare? Where else in the world is anyone eating wheat that they can't digest and it's wrecking their gut? Where else in the world do you live to work, not just work to live? Look, moving abroad isn't for everybody. I'm not forcing my ideas on anybody. But if you're someone like me who thinks that, you know what, I'd like to try living somewhere else, well, then yeah. Then you might like my content. And look, a lot of people in my comments come at me and they're like, well, just leave, or why do you hate America? I've never once bashed America, okay? I just ask questions and I say, hey, I've been somewhere else in the world where they do it this way. That might be a little bit better than the way we do it here. And if asking questions is wrong, well, I guess I am living in the wrong country. Nowhere is a utopia. Life can be a struggle everywhere. But it's at least worth trying and giving it a shot than just staying in the same place your entire life and never knowing.
Lie to them. You can lie to them, but you cannot lie to me. You gotta understand that 89% of Americans are broke. 87% of Americans live check to check. Bro, you gotta understand, bro, I'm free. I'm ready to get a $23 electricity bill in Thailand. I'm ready to get my $3 water bill in Thailand. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, in America, you got so many bills. You got a car note that's $1,000. You got car insurance that's $300. God did. God put me in this position. God made me come across your screen right now. God did this, bro, for me to educate the people where I'm from. I'm from Memphis. I'm from the hood. I'm from the struggle. I remember working that job. I'm not no multi-millionaire. I'm not up 6 figures. I'm not none of that. I'm a nigga just like you that just said, fuck this shit, I'm finna go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of them YouTubers. Hey, what's up, you guys? We just spent like, nah, y'all can relate to me. Y'all can relate to me. That's why I'm on your timeline, twin. Americans make a lot of money. I give it that. Y'all make a lot of money on. But when you got bills, on top of bills, let alone you got a child, you got to pay for daycare, then you got to pay for gas, then you got to pay for your oil change, then you got to pay another $200-300 for your girl hair, then you got to pay another $100 for your nails. I ain't been there. And then you working, you using this one check to pay your rent. Then you wait another 2 weeks, you waiting this check to pay your car note, then to pay your car insurance, then to put gas in your car. Bro, you are not living in America.
He is not lying. With all the passion that he's given, that's the end of the videos for tonight. And with all the passion that he's given, he's not lying. And like I said before, we're just here to share the information. We're not here to force any type of mindset or ideology, hope I pronounce that correctly, on anybody. Ideology. Whatever. We're not here to force the mindset that I have on anyone. I am here to let you know that you have options. That's it. That's it. You can take advantage of them or don't. And it's cool. Either way. I'm staying in America the rest of my life and I'm good. And I'm just going to visit other countries. That's cool. Don't ever think that this is a channel that's dedicated to shaming you for staying in the States. I think the United States is a wonderful country. Beautiful. I wouldn't have wanted to be raised in any other country but the States. I love the States. But that doesn't mean that I was born only for the States. Just because I was born in the States, I wasn't born only for the States. And I acknowledge that. And I enjoy the life that I live in another country. When these cameras and lights go off tonight, I can go to bed with peace. Shout out to all you guys that have found peace in other countries as well. So let me go to the comment section, see if I got anything, if you guys have anything else to say. Other than that, we can do the cowgirl outros. Yes, sir. Zeta said, yeah, he said, but I'm trying to move where everybody aren't moving. That's a good point. Aren't moving to like a flock of geese. This is so true. But I'm gonna say something to you. When you move to another country, and as you build your own routine, you don't see that many expats. True expats have their own lives established. We have to kind of like meet up on purpose. Like Wednesday night is Gringo Tuesday. I mean, Tuesday night is Gringo Tuesday. So expats might meet up on there, or language exchange classes, or like we did for Thanksgiving. All of us came together for Thanksgiving. But I'm here to tell you, true expats, we don't hang out with each other every day. Dude, if I was living in the Philippines, I am not going to see, me and Ronan can live in the same city, in the same area. We ain't going to see each other every day. We have to schedule times to see each other. There are people that follow us on YouTube quite a bit. But once they move here, they don't have time to be watching us every day. They watch us long enough to get the information they needed. They move to their country and now they're enjoying their lives. Dude, there are guys, I kid you not, there are guys I'll see. I've run across some guys I may have not seen in 5 years. I run across some guys I haven't seen 3 years, 6 months. They haven't gone anywhere. They still live on the same side of the city as I do, but they're living their lives. So I'm just want to encourage you, Zeta, that no matter what country you go to, I promise you, you're going to be so busy living your life. You're going to see an expat here, see an expat there, but not as often as you think you will. Now, vacationers hang in clusters. So if you're hanging out and you're just on vacation mode, yes, you're right. Everybody's on vacation mode. But when you move, you don't see nobody. You don't see nobody, man. Kid you not. You don't see nobody, man. It don't be like that. He said, I don't mind meeting up with expat. That's it. We just do meetups and we just gone. He said, Dre, I approve. He said, I got approved for my global entry. Shout out to my man, Dave. He said, thank you along with the brothers in the chat. That's Oh, thanks, fellas. Yes, sir, Dave. I've been kind of, we've been following you through that journey over the past couple of weeks, man. And it is great to hear that you got your global entry. You can get in and you can get out real easy now. Shout out to you. Dave said this. He said, I was with him until he said that he paid for his girl's nail and hair $200. Yeah, for real, in Mississippi. Seriously. Yes, sir. Shout out to Dave, man. Congratulations. Definitely. Let's bring that beat back.
It feels so lovely to be here, man. What a beautiful life. Give yourself a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely. And while you're in the clapping mood, I'd like to give a big round of applause to my band, Sexual Chocolate.
Yes, sir.
Sexual Chocolate. They play so fine, don't you agree?
Yes, sir. Before we go, I want to make sure I give you guys our link for the Rumble. Remember, tomorrow night is Rumble night. So let me get this pulled up for us. Get this pulled up for us. And let's go here. Trying to get everything separated correctly. Let's go to Premiere. Account settings. They've changed the settings around a little. Oh, here we go. Channels. Am I in the right one? I'm trying to get the correct link to send you guys. Let me go home here. Because I want you guys to be able to join us tomorrow for Rumble. For the Rumble movie night. Once again, tomorrow movie is Beverly Hills Cops 2 and Dr. Detroit. We're going back to the 80s. Why is it not letting me go directly to Love Crossing Borders? It's sending me to all the other. All of our other channels. Give me a second, gentlemen. Okay, channels. Love Crossing Borders. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, let me show it on the screen. Then I want to drop the link for us, so you guys will see what movies we've been watching. Let me copy that, and let me remove this down, add this to the screen, and then bring it over to the Rumble. Boom. Okay, here we go. So let me remove the comment. So I'm going to drop the link, guys. The movies that we've watched so far. Last week we watched The Kid with the Golden Arm, as well as Beverly Hills Cop 1. We're going to be watching 2 this weekend, starting at 8 o'clock. And then before we watch How to Be a Player and Bloodsport, we watched Jungle Fever and Claudine. We watched Life with Eddie Murphy and Harlem Nights. We've watched 5 Element Ninjas, as well as the 5 Heartbeats. We watch Pam Grier and Friday Foster, as well as Boomerang. We watch Penitentiary 2 and Strictly Business. We watch The Warriors come out and play. And Which Way Is Up? We watch Blue Hill Avenue, excellent classic. House Party 2. We watch Beat Street and Crush Groovin', Body Moving. We've watched Penitentiary 1 and Dead Presidents. We watched The Last Dragon. We watched The Last Dragon and House Party 1. Shaft, Rumble in the Bronx. We watched our brother Richie Mack in Hollywood Shuffle as the zombie pimp. And we watched The 7 Grandmasters. That was good. We've watched Rumble. We watched the 5 Deadly Venom, Coolie High, and we've watched Superfly. We've watched Coffee with Pam Grier. We've watched Dolomite. We've watched 3 the Hard Way. We've been doing it. We've watched Truck Turner, the Pimp movie. Uptown Saturday Night with Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby. We've watched also with Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby, Let's Do It Again, as well as Car Wash. And our favorite was The Mac and the 36 Chambers of Shaolin. Yes, sir. And this has been over the last 8 months. So I'm going to drop the link. So if you guys aren't doing anything tomorrow, man, and our goal is to get to 500 subscribers over on Rumble. If you guys aren't doing anything tomorrow evening, man, join us. I'm going to drop the link and get your Rumble account set up, because tomorrow we're watching Dr. Detroit, and we're going to be watching Eddie Murphy's Beverly Hills Cop 2. And once again, shout out to our brother Dave, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rumble tomorrow. He said, it looks like I have to cut my Saturday workout short. I got to do the same thing. I'll be here. He said, I usually do 2 to 4 hours depending on the exercise. He said, I'm doing around the evening. He said, but I think I can take a short day for once. Yes, sir. I usually do my kettlebell, so yes, sir. He said, hey, Dre, he said, late show tonight. Shout out to Kevin in the building. He said, thanks for the information. He said, I'll check out the replay. Yes, sir. Shout out to the replay crew. So let's get back to the outro. Shout out to all you guys. I'll be seeing you guys. We'll be here for a minute on YouTube. So we'll be here for the first 15 minutes on YouTube, just to let everybody come. And then we cut the YouTube off and we're all on Rumble. That's how we usually do it. We cut the YouTube off and then we're all over on Rumble. Shout out to you guys. Let me scroll down and get ready with the outro videos. Let's go with, let's start with this one.
This ain't a Beamer, that's a big dance. Chrome heart got me kissing on his best friend. Put in work, baby, you could be my best man. Sending cash to my account, he investing. Dark shades on when I'm off the Migos. He tryna cuff me like a in a Rico. Moving through this like GTA with a cheat code. He claimed that he love me, but before not a freak. I just wanna dance all night. Can't nobody do it just like I. Boy, you got just what I like. Come on, baby, let's kiss, don't fight. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Just say the word, baby, I'ma get you right. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. What you wanna do? Tell me what you like. Ain't gotta say it, I know I'm the one you like. Ooh, damn, so the DJ turn the beat up. Got a white boy who be singing like a beat up.
I just remember something. I think candle lighting day in Colombia is tomorrow. Let me check with Andrea real quick. All right, we good for tomorrow. It's Sunday. Candle lighting day is Sunday. All right, let me bring that beat back. Let me bring the cowgirls. I'll bring the cowgirls in. And I thought I saw a question. I'm putting it on Patreon. Shout out to Will. Yes, sir. I'm going to put that on the Patreon. It's over on Facebook, because I had so many things that I knew was going to be copyright striking because I had original music on there. I had to take it down from YouTube, but I still have it on Facebook, right? So I'm going to take the Facebook link and put it in the Patreon. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now let's bring that beat back. Let's bring the cowgirls in. Let's go here.